You heard it with your own eyes.
Begah!
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. We're live at the DNC. Cenk Uygur and Kasparian with you guys. We are not at the Polymarket studio in LA, but I think I am going to meet with the Polymarket guys tonight after the show, because why not party after we do 7 hours on air? Okay, who's speaking tonight? I don't know if you can tell. Oh no! It's okay, yeah, I brought it back, Anna. T-shirt and blazer. Okay, so am I saying shop tyt.com? I don't even have to say. They drop the link in the description immediately when that happens. Okay, seriously, great show ahead for you guys, of course. Tons of interviews, tons of news tonight. You got Josh Shapiro and obviously Bill Clinton and Tim Walz, among many others. So with that being said, take it away, Maestro.
You know what? Why don't you guys take it away?
Oh, yeah.
Could have been Barack Hussein Obama, perhaps we should ask him. Now, he was very nasty last night. I try and be nice to people, you know, but it's a little tough when they get personal. Please, again, remember, please, sir, don't get personal, talk about policy. Should I get personal? Should I not get personal? I don't know, my advisors are fired. No, we'd rather keep it on policy, but sometimes it's hard when you're attacked from all ends.
Former President Barack Obama's speech at the Democratic National Convention clearly got under Donald Trump's skin, but he actually surprisingly managed to keep it together and not engage in personal attacks against Obama, even though you can tell he was tempted to. He did attack Democrats on policies. Of course, there was a lot of dishonesty in some of those attacks. However, I do want to give you a snippet of what Obama had to say about Trump during that electrifying DNC speech. Let's take a look.
It has been a constant stream of gripes and grievances that's actually been getting worse now that he's afraid of losing to Kamala. There's the childish nicknames, the crazy conspiracy theories, this weird obsession with crowd sizes.
Weird obsession with crowd sizes. And now look, when you compare Obama's personal attacks against Trump to Trump's personal attacks against Obama, obviously that seems pretty measured, right? But for Obama, those attacks were a big deal, you know, because we're talking about a party that up until right now tried really, really hard to rise above it. And hearing Obama attack Trump in the way that he did in that speech was, you know, it was rare. Let's just put it that way. But what's more interesting to me in this story, Cenk, is the fact that clearly Trump is trying really hard to listen to his advisors. Before Obama gave his speech yesterday, Trump actually spoke to CNN, and get a load of this.
What he said, almost a complete turnaround of what we have heard him say about former President Obama before.
I like him. I think he's a nice gentleman, but he was very, very weak on trade. If you take a look at what happened to our country trade-wise, it was a disaster. Take a look at Japan, take a look at China, take a look at what happened with some of these countries, what they did. But I happen to like him. I respect him and I respect his wife.
You heard that correctly. Trump says that he likes Obama and that he respects Obama and his wife, Michelle, who, by the way, she gave my favorite speech of this entire event. She was incredible. I just wanted to get that out of the way. Cenk, go ahead.
Okay, so a lot of told yous here, but one mistake that I want to point out from our coverage last night, I did not see, as we were doing the play-by-play, that Obama went like this and this after saying crowd sizes. And that's a reference to
Yeah.
size mattering, right? And so to me, that's huge because it doubles down on what we noticed, which is that the old line that actually came from Michelle Obama herself, when they go low, we go high. Now they're going low. Obama's doing this. Okay, that doesn't get any lower than that. Okay, so, and both Michelle Obama and Barack Obama hit him hard. And so they were like, they're the golden couple, so they were super classy as they did it somehow anyway. Everything they do looks classy, but they were not shy about hitting him, and on a personal level too. And so now the couple of told you, one, he can't resist. Although, and by the way, I'll come back and triple down on that. Told you when we see him ignore that interview part that you just saw there for a second. So let me break it down chronologically. So they tell him, hey, now remember, they're gonna attack you, but the Obamas are super popular. If you attack them, and especially in a crass way, that'll hurt you and not them. They're not even running, right? So any political consultant worth anything would tell you that. So that's why Trump's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna show you discipline. He goes out there and goes, he's a nice gentleman.
He called him a gentleman. I know. I was like, okay. And obviously, this is with the backdrop of all of the allegations that Trump threw at Obama when he won his election in 2008. I want to see the birth certificate. He wasn't born here in the United States. Like, that stuff doesn't just go away because Trump says he respects him and called him a gentleman one time, right? But yeah, but it does show that he is getting advice behind the scenes and he's trying to follow that advice.
Right, he's trying to do what they call message discipline, right? It will not work. And I have to say, I don't know if the interview happened before or after the rally, but there he is at the rally.
Before.
Yeah.
Yes, it happened yesterday before Obama even spoke.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? So,
of course.
Yeah. So he has a conversation with CNN.
Nice
later
gentleman.
in the day, Obama gives his speech, and then Trump's rally, the video we showed you at the top of this story, happened today.
Yeah. So already message discipline breaking down. Okay, and then it's just going to devolve from here
because he can. But not by much.
Okay, yeah. So that one wasn't too bad, right? But that goes to a second told you. He loves the crowd reaction. And yesterday we talked a lot about this in the coverage about how he can't help but react to the crowd. So when the crowd, he says Kamala Harris is beautiful, they're like, grumble. Then he goes, oh yeah, I'm prettier. And the crowd's like, yeah, right? And so that's why when he said, should I attack him? And the crowd goes nuts and wants him to attack Obama.
Yeah.
And then he's like, you see that? And my consultants told me, or whatever he said, that you wouldn't have that reaction. No, knucklehead, they're not telling you that MAGA isn't going to have that reaction. MAGA is going to love your attacks. Mm-hmm. They're telling you the general population isn't going to like it.
The swing voters.
Yes, and he can't help himself because the minute the crowd applauds, he's like, me like attention, me like love, please love me.
Well, it's interesting because he could actually attack his political opponents. It's just that he needs to avoid doing so in a personal way, right? So if he wants to attack them on policy, have at it. That's what the election is all about.
And by the way, Anna, you know me, I don't even mind attacks personally. But it depends. It depends. Right? So if you're saying, hey, Trump's not that bright, that's a personal attack, but it's true. George Bush wasn't that bright. It's a problem when the president's not that bright, right? And you could make, by the way, Joe Biden can't talk. Personal attack, but true and very relevant, right? Yeah. So, but when you get into crazy lunatic things like, nobody shows up at a rally, she's faking it with AI, right? And then she's not even black, she just turned black. Well, that's both personal and maniacal. And the problem is the maniacal part, not so much the personal part. And especially when you do one last thing about that, especially when you attack her based on gender and you do it in a dirty, ugly way, it turns off other women voters.
That's what I was going to jump in on because, I've realized that the personal attacks, whether they're true or not, doesn't matter. What matters is whether or not the voters, the slice of voters that you're trying to persuade, like the personal attack that you're engaging in. And the type of personal attacks he has engaged in ever since Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee, are the kinds of attacks that turn a lot of people off. And then you couple that with the stuff that's popping up from JD Vance's previous interviews about how, childless individuals in America don't care about the future of the country, how they're just sad cat ladies, that kind of stuff, those types of personal attacks, by the way, not just on your political opponents, but on the American people, not gonna play well. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanna be clear, there are personal attacks that might not even be true at all, but could be appealing to the voters that the politician is trying to appeal to. So I don't think the truth matters at all in, unfortunately, this arena.
Yeah, and so again, if I'm advising Trump, I'd tell him, listen, brother, you want to attack her on X, Y, or Z, that makes sense. And I don't want you to lose your aggression, and I don't want you to lose your authenticity. Those are actually advantages for you, right? But if you attack her in a way that makes it seem like you think all women are unintelligent, that's a disaster. But then you have to talk to him like he's a child, because how do you not already know that? So how can you not control yourself in such counterproductive attacks? Because when you say she has no record of accomplishment and she slept her way to the top, when she's been a district attorney, attorney general, senator, vice president, etc., you're not insulting her. Women will feel like you're insulting all of them, that no matter what you do, it's never enough, and you slept your way to the top, and you're not smart, and we don't respect you. And it's nails on a chalkboard for female voters.
So can we actually engage in a moment of self-reflection? Because I think what you're saying is 100% right. And I think that on our side, we've unwittingly engaged in some missteps in attacking Donald Trump. So a great example, in my opinion, is attacking him on the bankruptcies. I know you're gonna disagree with me on that. But remember, when you attack Trump on the bankruptcies, there are a lot of Americans, ordinary Americans, who have gone bankrupt. And so they think about themselves and they feel like they're being attacked. Do you get what I'm saying?
I do.
I get where you're coming from, because he was literally handed hundreds of millions of dollars by Papa, and he lost it. I get the urge to attack him on that, but you have to think about how that comes across to ordinary Americans, who many of whom have gone through a lot of financial hardship.
Anna, I will not debate you, because you have made a good point.
Thank you.
So what I'm gonna do going forward is, it's not that I'm not gonna talk about the bankruptcies. I'm still gonna kick his ass out now, okay? But you're right. And what I'll start with is a preface. You'll now see me do this a lot, not just on this show, but if you watch me on other shows. I'll start with, look, a lot of people have personal bankruptcies, and oftentimes in America because of healthcare issues. So, I run a small business. I know how hard it is to run a small business. I'm not hating on anybody who went through a bankruptcy. But this brother was handed $400 million and bankrupted 6 giant companies, including casinos, which previously seemed unimaginable. Right, so with the preface of, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about spoiled little Donnie Trump.
Yeah, I think being precise in the rhetoric and ensuring that you are not coming across in a way that would turn off ordinary people is really important. And that is a skill that at least you're receptive to, whereas, Trump's trying right now, but I agree with you. I think that if there are enough insults toward him by the Democratic Party, he's not going to be able to resist.
Yeah. Now, if I thought of something funny as I was smiling. If I was Trump and you gave me that good advice, I'd be like, I'd go in front of the crowd and be, now Anna says I shouldn't talk about the 6 bankruptcies, okay? But what do you think? And then the crowd roars and I go, right? And so, by the way, for Young Turks audience that's watching this now or whenever you watch it, when you see me on another show, start with, now I get it, there's bankruptcies in this country from healthcare, et cetera. You'd be like, I want you to think to yourself, Anna did that.
All right, well, let's move on to the next story. There's a lot more to get to, including this.
This is probably one of the top 5 food scandals of the 21st century, and we can't underplay it. People need to go to jail. People need to go to jail for this. This is among the most widespread scandals, and not only food pricing, but food availability that I've actually ever heard of.
We have been talking about price gouging by corporate America quite a bit on the show, and that's after the media decided to attack Kamala Harris, alleging that she wants to do price fixing or price controls in response to inflation. She has argued that there has been price gouging, which has led to that inflation at grocery stores. And there's been a lot of denial about corporations doing price gouging at all. And guess what? We've provided evidence before. Now, More Perfect Union has done an investigation that has found alleged price fixing specifically in the meat industry. And just like in the rental housing market, they're using tech to do it. So let me give you the details. The scheme revolves around a software called AgriStats. So let's watch more from the More Perfect Union report to understand what we're talking about here. Let's watch.
AgriStats is the heartbeat of the meat industry. It tracks everything: product prices, the cost to raise an animal, worker wages, and market projections. This info is then turned into reports bought by companies that effectively control all of the chicken, turkey, and pork markets. So for each item in the grocery store, whether it be chicken thighs or chicken wings, AgriStats, they create a report. The report outlines the price the company charged, the national average of what its competitors charged, and the top quartile. In fact, it goes deeper than that. It tells meat processors where their price ranks nationally, then the gap between what they're charging and the national average, and the gap between that and the top 25%. But I think most importantly, you can actually see the economic impact dollars, or how much money the company is leaving behind.
The way the data was set up was an incentive for them to raise prices. Like, you have to catch up to the market here. Why are you underselling? You're making us all look bad. Once all these suppliers knew what they were each selling and what they were selling for, it's really just a matter of determining what they wanted to be selling it for.
So look, this is super important to understand, everyone. And we've talked about this in a different context before. And I'm so heartbroken to see that this type of predatory activity is now being utilized by other sectors of the economy, namely the meat industry here. So we've talked about this in the context of the rental housing market. And it's essentially a way of sellers, or in the case of the housing market, landlords, to collude with one another and raise their prices and keep their prices high. Anyone who goes against that model is basically like punished for it and ostracized for it. So what I'm talking about with the rental housing market, it's basically something called RealPage. And so let's go to the first graphic here. An ebook produced by RealPage says that the company allows corporate landlords who are technically competitors to actually work together to make us all more successful in our pricing. RealPage bragged that landlords that use its software continually outpace the market in good times and bad. And so I'll give you a specific example when it comes to RealPage. So in Phoenix, according to an Arizona lawsuit, 70% of multifamily apartment units listed in the Phoenix metropolitan area are owned, operated, or managed by companies that have contracted with RealPage. And according to a lawsuit filed by DC, 60% of large multifamily buildings, 50 units or more, set prices using RealPage's software. Do you guys understand what's happening here? They're using technology to do price fixing, okay? Like in a way that will price gouge you. They're doing it when it comes to apartment units and things like that. And now that has unfortunately transferred over to the food industry, primarily the meatpacking industry.
Yeah, so I think that there's an answer for this. But first, it requires significant nuance. So number one, what is happening here is natural, logical, and actually inevitable. So eventually, whenever you're a business in any industry, you always want to know what your competitors are doing. And among the different things that you want to know is price. And so you're always trying to get what they call business intelligence, which tells you, again, where the entire industry stands to the best of your ability to know it. And a lot of folks, of course, hide a lot of what they're doing because they don't want their competitors to find out. All that is logical, but your prices are public. So eventually there was going to be an app that collected the prices. And if you're running a company and you don't check where your competitors are charging, you're nuts. So if there's an app that tells you what everybody's charging, you're definitely going to use it. And in fact, it would be a little bit negligent if you didn't use it. So since that is pretty much baked in every industry, what it winds up creating is oligopoly by app. Okay.
Yes.
So the problem with oligopolies, of course, is that like monopolies, they limit competition. Instead of one company, it's a small number of companies. And that's basically describes an enormous percentage of the American economy now in almost every industry. Consolidation, because of deregulation, there used to be rules against this kind of consolidation because the power that consolidation brings. And then once you have a few number of companies and you're checking the app for what you're all charging, you're gonna set prices and move them based on the maximum of what people can afford. So what's the answer to that? You can't say to the companies, don't check your competitors' prices and don't use this app. I don't think that's productive or helpful in my opinion. But what you can do is, well, now we're gonna need an app for the consumers to check prices on all of these in a kind of an industrial scale for all the different things that we buy. And it's harder for us because we have full-time jobs, right?
Yeah.
Whereas this is the job of the company to track these prices. But we're gonna have to even the playing field here a little bit and kind of force price competition on them.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work because what happens is all of the sellers, in this case, meat sellers, are colluding with one another and all of them agree to keep their prices high. So if the consumer has an app that shows them, oh, what's the best price? They're not gonna find the best price because all of them have agreed to charge incredibly high prices.
So that's, of course, a good point. And so that requires a second level of nuance. So if let's say that the price of something, let's say bananas is 25 cents a pound to make up a number, right? And if they check the app or whatever they check, and for 6 months straight, none of the 4 major banana producers, I'm making that up, it's just as an example, have moved from 25 cents. That means they're colluding. Because normally what would happen in a free market is somebody would move to 24 cents,
right,
and see if they can grab a bigger share of the market and still have enough margins, right? That's how free markets normally work. So if there's some price movement and we have that information as consumers, we can then go to the company charging 24 cents and force a price competition on it. But if they have not moved for some period of time, that means they have de facto collusion.
Yeah.
And that is when the government can say, no, wait a minute. No, I'm not gonna accept this. That none of you are moving on price ever. And then it's very hard to prove that, but it's provable.
I mean, it's so out in the open. So going back to RealPage for a second. So RealPage is so incredibly strict about enforcing its price fixing scheme that it even deploys pricing advisors to make sure that its landlords are complying with their pricing recommendations. And get a load of this, let's go to graphic 4. Jeffrey Roper, who created the RealPage algorithm, explains that if you have idiots undervaluing, it costs the whole system.
See that one?
Just saying it.
Yeah, that one gives it away. Because guys, if your competitor is doing something wrong, you don't want to stop them, right? In this case, they're undervaluing. And if you're at that company and you're a shareholder or whatever it might be, I can see you getting frustrated, and that's why it pushes towards collusion, right? Because they will all naturally say, hey, if competitor Bob over there is charging 20% more than us and has the same number of customers, you're doing it wrong. That means you can charge more, right? And then shareholders get mad that you're not maximizing profit. And that's how it works. But in that case, he's mad that the other guys are not colluding on price and that they're actually doing price competition in a free market, wittingly or unwittingly, right? And when you say, hey, I want to prevent that guy from doing that, that's like textbook collusion.
Yeah, look, this example is a little different from what we're talking about, but it does remind me about Senator Joe Manchin's daughter when she was the executive of a pharmaceutical company that made the EpiPen. When the patent was about to run out and Pfizer was about to put out a generic version that would be cheaper, thus allowing for competition in the pharmaceutical market, she actually colluded with the CEO of Pfizer to prevent him from putting out the generic version. She hiked up the price of the EpiPen and promised to do profit sharing with Pfizer as part of the agreement. It is disgusting. That is the kind of stuff that's going on. And so, by the way, no consequences for what she did, which is also incredibly disgusting. But real quick, I do want to go back to how this is being implemented in the meat industry. Is anyone doing anything about it? Does anyone in government care about it? And it turns out that Attorney General Keith Ellison is paying attention, which is good news. So why don't we take a look at what he has to say about it? He says this is illegal, and he says that he wants to do something about it. Let's watch.
We're at the state capitol of Minnesota, where Attorney General Keith Ellison has his offices. He's leading the lawsuit against AgriStats. Attorney General Ellison, thanks for joining us today.
Really good to be with you. Thank you.
What does this complaint allege?
It alleges that under the Sherman Act, you can't share critical information that would have a tendency to reduce competitiveness and competition. They're essentially sharing information in a way that violates Section 1 of the Sherman Act, which prohibits things like conspiracies, collaboration, collusion, things like that. The goal of the lawsuit is to have fair competitive pricing. It's lower grocery prices. It's grocery prices that people can afford. That's the goal.
But again, it's tricky. Last year, a federal judge ruled in favor of meat companies and AgriStats in a civil antitrust case. He wrote, "Just because AgriStats provided a convenient form to transmit the information did not mean that AgriStats itself joined the conspiracy." So what's different with this one?
Well, the facts are different. Here in Minnesota, the court has already found that there is a cognizable legal interest. There is a claim to be made.
It's hopeful, but it's also not guaranteed. Most of our antitrust laws were written before mass electricity, let alone streamlined information sharing. In fact, most laws were passed before the Monopoly Man even made his debut.
So look, judges are not always going to rule in the way that you would expect. You would expect that they would want to uphold and enforce the laws, primarily antitrust laws, laws against price gouging. And so elections do matter because you have to consider the fact that when it comes to federal judges, whoever's president gets to nominate and appoint the federal judges who make these types of decisions. But this story is important to me because it really does highlight who the good guys are. And the fact that Keith Ellison, a Democrat, of course, is paying attention to this issue and wants to do something about it is tremendously important.
Yeah, a couple of funny things here. Right before the show started, Keith Ellison walked by. We said hi. So it's pretty neat that he's in the show and he was just here. Maybe we'll get him on later in the program. But to the core of it, look, to be fair, this one is kind of tough. Like the judges overall in this country are very conservative, very pro-corporate. So I'm not surprised at all that in a tough case, they are gonna lean towards corporations. But the reason I say it's tough is because a lot of the pricing information is public. You can go to, depending on the situation, like your meat, you can go to the grocery store and check out what the meat price is from your competitors, right? So you can't, so a judge can go, brother, the information is public. And they wrote this act over 100 years ago when it maybe wasn't as public as it is today, right? So on the other hand, that's why that quote that Anna read you that we emphasize makes a big difference. Because when you're supposed to be having price competition and one of the people involved says, hey, idiot, don't keep dropping your price. We're all keeping our price at this level to charge as much as possible. That's textbook collusion. And that's why we're saying, obviously, there's some effort here to not have a free market and to charge the maximum to the consumer. And that's exactly when you need the government to step in and go, no, we've got evidence A, B, and C here of you guys actually colluding, and we could win this case. Yeah. So that's why I love what Keith Ellison's doing in Minnesota.
And look, Republicans get up in arms about climate activists because they think it's gonna impact their ability to eat their burgers and grill and have a good time. This story should get you fired up. They're coming for your meat. They're coming for your meat. Okay, all right.
Don't let them touch your meat.
Oh my God.
No.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, we've got more news for you, including a pretty giant feud between Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear and Vice Presidential candidate JD Vance. It's an interesting story to say the least. Come right back. We'll give you that and more.
tight. Tighten up my meat.
All right, so let's go to our members here. As always, remember, guys, we're trying to get to $47,000 to pay for all this at the DNC. We love you guys for contributing, and everybody who does, you're right here with us. You know what? Tonight, we're gonna have a drink on, a free one, by the way, at the Poly Market Party for you guys. Those to you guys, thank you so much. And let's keep it going, please, to try to make it. We're about halfway through the goal and the time. So Brendan Totos, Shamani Cotter, Absalom, Mrs. J. Lee, Kayla Grimm, Celegrim, TJ Clarice, Sharpel, and Pagan Communist. Thank you all for the contributions. We appreciate you so much. TYT.com/DNC. All right, don't shoot on the goalkeeper says that love that the Dems are no longer doing this. They go low, we go high garbage. When they go low, kick them in the junk. Or at least as Obama did, show relative junk sizes. So, and in fact, the ultra humanite says, never thought I'd see an Obama do a demeasuring joke, but I'm here for it. So I totally agree on both counts. Progressive Pipes Plus says he still thinks his base is the one he has to convince. The base is already there. They've been there. They're not going anywhere. He needs to focus on moderates who absolutely hate this. He's going to back to what he thinks worked and won the election. So that's such a good point, and I want to stay on it for 1 second, because if you remember Charlie Kirk, when he was on Monday, he said, well, there's a couple of ways to win. You know, you can get to independents or moderates, or you could just increase voter turnout in your base from 60% to 75%. Yes, mathematically that's true, but Trump is so close to maxing out voter turnout in his own base that it's less true for Trump. Like, and it's an ironic problem that he has, because he's awesome at turning out his base. But evangelical voters turn out at like over 80%. That is unheard of. So what are you gonna get to 90%? How much higher can you go in turning out your base? So that's why I think it's a bad idea, and he's not getting it. And Trump won when that base was not turning out that much. He got them to turn out. He got the unlikely voters. He got the voters that haven't voted in a while. And that's why the polls were a little off, because they didn't get those unlikely voters. But now we're in a different situation where he needs more than just his base. And so that's why he can't get out of the 2016 mindset. You're absolutely right. Jenks Left, Tri-Seven Fury says, see what happens when you go after Trump just a little. He falls apart like the weak orange freak that he is. Keep attacking. That's said after my own heart. Monkey Tank says, Michelle Obama crushed it last night. It was amazing.
Yeah,
totally agree.
Her speech was absolutely incredible, and I want more. I want more.
By the way, super curious to see what Tim Walz is going to do. How much attacking is he going to do? How much folksy is he going to do? How much populism is he going to do tonight? So make sure you check out that speech. Oh yeah, I want him to do this in the speech. ShopTYT.com. Urban Hermit makes a good point, saying that looked painful for Trump, containing himself. Totally right.
I like my meat tight. Tighten up my meat.
All right, back on TYT, Jake Hanana with you guys, but also Phil Shepard, Dalton Pierce, Sudeshna Ganguly, and Justin Watkey. Thank you for joining at premium. We kept our prices consistent through inflation. So if some of you guys want to upgrade or join at the higher levels, it makes a huge difference, and we appreciate you. You can also upgrade through the same join button. And Tanya Dodgers, thank you for gifting $5 First memberships. We're covering all the speeches, and we got interviews coming up later today. Anna, what do you got?
Well, the reproductive fights on reproductive rights continues, this time in the form of a feud between Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear and Republican vice presidential candidate J.D. Vance. Let's take a look.
J.D. Vance calls pregnancy resulting from rape inconvenient. Like, inconvenience is traffic. I mean, make him go through this.
make him go through this. You just heard from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, who is disgusted with JD Vance's previous statements about reproductive rights and whether or not there should be exceptions in abortion bans when the woman who's pregnant became pregnant as a result of a sexual assault and rape. And so we're gonna get to Vance's response to what Beshear said there in just a moment, but I do think it's worth reminding ourselves of what JD Vance said back in 2021. This is when he was running for a Senate seat. And he was asked during an interview in September of 2021, this was a podcast interview, what he thought about exceptions. And look, I wanna give you this PolitiFact fact check before we hear the audio for ourselves. But they write that Vance didn't directly say rape is inconvenient, but when he was asked in an interview whether laws should allow people to get abortions if they were victims of rape or incest, he said that society shouldn't view a pregnancy or birth resulting from rape or incest as inconvenient, which, by the way, that's terrible. Like you don't need to make anything up. You don't need to put words in Vance's mouth. Arguing that a pregnancy that results from a rape is not a big deal and shouldn't be viewed as inconvenient is an insane way of looking at it. But with that in mind, let's take a look at what Vance said. Let's not put words in his mouth. Let's hear it out of his mouth.
I asked Vance if he thought anti-abortion laws should include exceptions for rape or incest.
Look, I think two wrongs don't make a right. At the end of the day, we're talking about an unborn baby. What kind of society do we want to have? A society that looks at unborn babies as inconveniences to be discarded? Should a woman be forced to carry a child to term after she has been the victim of incest or rape? Look, my view on this has been very clear, and I think the question betrays a certain presumption that's wrong. It's not whether a woman should be forced to bring a child to term, it's whether a child should be allowed to live, even though the circumstances of that child's birth are somehow inconvenient or a problem to the society. The question really to me is about the baby. We want women to have opportunities, we want women to have choices, but above all, we want women and young boys in the womb to have the right to life.
No, but you don't want women to have choices. You don't want women to have choices. If she is pregnant after getting raped, you would force her to have the rapist baby. And it's not just that she would have to, bring that pregnancy to term and deliver that baby. She would be forced to take care of that baby or give it up for adoption, which is also an awful thing to do. And you want to talk about how society shouldn't see it as an inconvenience. We have so many children in foster care right now, so many children who need to be adopted. The idea that we should increase the number of children who need to be adopted is insane to me. And the foster care system is a complete and utter mess, as we all know. But think about if the woman is forced to have the baby and is forced to raise that baby. Okay. I mean, first of all, I feel like that in some way rewards the rapist, right? Because what if the rapist is a complete and utter loser, doesn't have children, and knows, hey, I could just rape a woman and have kids that way?
Yeah, so look, that's true. And I don't know how most rapes work. I'm not a criminal prosecutor, et cetera, and I don't know what drives people to do insane things like that. But it is absolutely true that if someone, like, let's say, has an obsession with someone else.
Oh my gosh.
He can do that and then be like, haha, not only did I violate you that way, but now you're gonna have to take care of my kid for 18 years and look at my face potentially for 18 years and the baby. So look, guys, this is a deal breaker. I mean, there's no fact pattern on earth where I say, oh, this woman has been raped. Big government should force her to carry the rapist baby to term.
And potentially raise a rapist baby. Every time she looks at that child, she's gonna think of her rapist. And think about the kind of potentially household that child would be raised in. And if the mother is unable to get past it, which, no, by the way, I wouldn't blame her at all. If that child is raised in a home where he or she does not feel loved, that will end up being a societal inconvenience because we don't know what ends up happening with that kid. Does that kid end up turning to drugs or crime or other things to cope with the fact that he or she was raised in a household where he or she did not feel loved?
Yeah, so of course, and everybody reacts differently, and maybe some people are angels and they would say, I'm okay with it, and I'm not gonna think about the person who did this, and I'm gonna love this baby, and I love you if you think that way. But I 100% get it if you don't feel that way, and I wouldn't feel that way. And so, look, guys, we'll get back to the semantic argument that they're having between Bashir and JD Vance. But at the very core of this issue is the so-called pro-lifers say, the minute it says zygote, we think it is the absolute equivalent of a child. And now we're gonna be super fair to them. If you thought that, like, so for example, let's say that a woman had suffered rape or incest, and then they had the baby, and the baby is now a month old or a day old, right? Every one of us would agree, too late. Of course, the person, that baby exists. Of course, you're not gonna do anything about it. And I would agree in the third trimester as well, right? But we have this fundamental disagreement we just can't get past, where they think the zygote is already a full-grown human being, and if you throw away a petri dish, that means you murdered someone. And if you throw away 3 petri dishes, you're a serial killer, right? And the rest of us think that's just nuts, man. We make so many contraception decisions. We make so many decisions about our reproduction in so many different ways. And that is the single most personal decision. So when you come in and say, I don't care what your personal philosophy is, and I don't care what your personal situation is. I don't even care if you were raped. I don't care about you. The government decides you don't. And from now on, that zygote will be the most precious thing on earth. By the way, when it's born, well, of course, the government's gonna abandon it if you listen to Republicans and never, ever help it. No child tax credit, no help with children at all, et cetera.
To be fair, Vance is supportive of a child tax credit, but I don't care. Like that to me doesn't matter. What matters is that he's advocating for something that is incredibly cruel and will in fact lead to societal issues. It will, it just will. And he's not thinking about that because he's an extremist on this issue. And by the way, Cenk mentions the petri dishes. That's not an exaggeration. That's why the state of Alabama tried to do away with IVF, because they view, the fertilized egg that's meant to be used for the IVF treatment, the fertility treatment, as like a human life.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
And also, look, for JD Vance, I couldn't be fairer than saying, like, I get it from their perspective, the zygote is a fully grown human and you're slicing its throat, right? But brother, even if you thought that, which again, 70% of Americans think is not only wrong, but mental, okay? Like, are you nuts? No way. And in fact, when you talk about petri dishes and the zygotes, et cetera, 90%, 95% of the country thinks that's crazy, right? So, but on top of that, when you say it you use the word inconvenient within that context, it's not a little inconvenient. And I'm not talking about the rape, we're being fair, right? He didn't say the rape was inconvenient. He said, carrying the baby to term might be an inconvenience for society and presumably for the woman. That's not a little inconvenient.
Yeah, it's not a little inconvenient.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Now, let's get back to this feud between Bashir and JD Vance, because you heard what Bashir said. Now, listen to how JD Vance and his spokesperson are twisting what he said and clutching their pearls after, remember, what sparked this whole thing was the incredibly cruel thing that JD Vance said during that interview in 2021. So let's start with William Martin, who's the communications director for JD Vance. He argues that the Harris campaign surrogate, Governor Andy Bashir, went on national television and explicitly called for a member of Senator Vance's family to be raped. That is not true, obviously, and we're gonna play the tape again. His comments are disgusting, vile, and should not be tolerated in American politics. We call on Kamala Harris to immediately repudiate Governor Bashir's comments and demonstrate that regardless of partisan disagreements, this kind of violent rhetoric had no place in our public discourse. And by the way, the same line was repeated by Vance himself. He tweeted about it saying, "What the hell is this? Why is Andy Bashir wishing that a member of my family would get raped. What a disgusting person. Why don't we roll the tape again? Let's play that cold open again so you can see for yourselves and judge for yourselves whether Governor Beshear called for a family member of JD Vance's to be raped.
JD Vance calls pregnancy resulting from rape inconvenient. Like, inconvenience is traffic. I mean, make him go through this.
Make him go through this. He's trying to get JD Vance to do something that seemingly he's unable to do in this context, which is try to put yourself in the shoes of a woman who's just been raped, became pregnant as a result of that rape, and has no choice but to carry that pregnancy to term and potentially be a parent to that child.
So if you're gonna get verklempt about Andy Beshear's word choice and say that, oh, he's being unfair and he's framing it wrong, you can't then turn around and frame what he said 200% wrong, right? To use Trump math, and say and do the same thing you're accusing of him, but way, way worse, right? So no human being that watched that clip thought that Andy Beshear was like, hey, I hope somebody in JD Vance's family gets raped. You'd have to be just an insane person to come away with that conclusion. It was clear that what Beshear is saying is like, if you had to go through that pregnancy, you wouldn't think that it was convenient. But of course, JD Vance can't go through a pregnancy. That's the reference there. And so look, that's why Republicans, they work in such bad faith that even when Democrats make mistakes, I give them a little bit more leeway because they're not such horrible bad faith actors like the Republicans.
Yeah, like,
and I guarantee you, sorry, Anna, I guarantee you in social media, I will hear for weeks on end, maybe months on end, maybe for the rest of my life. Oh yeah, Andy Beshear wanted JD Vance's wife raped. Oh yeah, Andy Beshear wanted JD Vance's daughter raped. And they'll really believe it. They'll believe it for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, look, the response from JD Vance, I feel, is disingenuous, intentionally so. And in regard to Beshear, I hear what you're saying. I mean, look, he could have been more precise in his language, but any normal human being watches that and understands what he's saying. Imagine if you were in her shoes. Please try to empathize with a woman who's going through that. But again, this very serious issue that would have a tremendous impact, a lifelong impact on a woman's life, apparently is something that's just thrown around like a political football, and it disgusts me. It disgusts me that rather than taking responsibility for the incredibly insensitive statements that JD Vance has made in the past and is now coming back to haunt him as he's the VP pick, instead of saying, sorry, hey, I should have been a little more considerate about the consequences of what I'm proposing, he's instead trying to twist the words of Andy Beshear, and I think that's pathetic and incredibly weak.
Yeah, and last thing on this is, how does the politics of this play out? Big win for the Democrats, because now we're talking about how JD Vance thinks that, getting pregnant from a rape is inconvenient. And he
simply inconvenient.
Yeah, and he said that, and he looks like a madman for saying that, and it's getting a lot more press coverage. So this is, look, I can't do these things because my job is to be honest and deliver the real news to you guys. But if I was advising and I didn't care about dirty tricks or anything and just wanted to win, I would tell Democrats, misspeak a tiny bit on the worst things they've ever said. The Republicans will then blow it up out of proportion, and then the whole country will talk about the terrible thing that they said.
I mean, that is what's happening now with this particular story. So I think for Beshear, it was on accident, but mission accomplished. Right?
Yeah, I mean, look here, I'll do a free one here for you guys, and then we'll see if they ever use it. And I used to say this about Dick Cheney because he had I think the same exact number of deferments as Trump. They're always pushing for a war, especially Cheney, obviously. And he had 5 deferments from Vietnam, and Trump had 5 deferments from Vietnam. So if I was just being Machiavellian and I was a Democrat, I would say Trump had 7 deferments from Vietnam.
That would force him to come out and say, no, only 5.
Exactly.
Only 5.
I only had 5.
Deferments.
I had the strong deferments from Vietnam. I had bone spurs in my elbows. Oh, it was my feet. It was my feet. Oh, and then I would say, oh, by the way, that just gave me another idea. If I was a Democrat, I'd say, yeah, he had bone spurs in his elbows. So that he would come out and go, no, bone spurs in the feet. Which feet? I don't know.
Both of them? Anyway, all right, we got to take a break. When we come back, more news for you. Tim Walz, a little bit of a misstep. I think it's worth talking about. So we're going to get into that more when we come back.
All right, here we go. Let's go to YouTube Super Chat. Sinclair Poppin says, Bashir meant make him go through this and then promote the awful laws he does. So, okay, that's one interpretation. Deb, thank you for the contribution, appreciate it. Puff, the Philly Dragon writes, and it's so strange that they claim that the heartbeat is what makes a child, but the brain is what determines if you stay on life support or not. So, but also remember, that's a good point, but also remember, what they're saying is a heartbeat is not a heartbeat. At that point, it's just a pulse. Like the heart does not begin to form until months later. They just have something that's going pa-dum, 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 and they're pretending that that's a heart. It's not at all a heart. So the whole thing's based on a lie. Lord Bly's writes, and if Anna gives you crap about a t-shirt and blazer, she may be a communist. We're trying to sell some merch here. Why do you hate capitalism?
You know, I will allow it.
Oh my gosh, she's allowing it. Balls to the walls. Everybody go crazy. Shop TYT.com right away.
Although black on black, like anyway, just do you, boo. Okay.
By the way, somebody at the get together on Sunday. That's why you got to get to the get-togethers, because I actually listen to you guys and I take your advice. I already used a point that somebody made at the get-together. I mentioned the doctor that was at the get-together. Anyway, somebody said to me, hey, look, Cenk, you're supposed to do something that's a little iconic, right? That's a little bit you, right? So stick with it. It's like people are coming to your direction on the blazer and jacket. Right?
Oh yeah, you're the real trendsetter.
I mean, me as a fashion trendsetter, no one saw that coming. Okay,
no,
am I the best fashion trendsetter? I said trend strongly. So. I said trend strongly. I don't want to hear it. Okay. What do you guys think? They're applauding.
Are your sleeves still like different lengths, or did you get that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? Look at how my jacket's falling apart. You can't tell, but there's strings everywhere. Anyway, Brickhouse Mama 98 says, so glad to have Anna back. I got my Balls to the Wall shirt last weekend, wore to go sing karaoke, and I did feeling good. Game on, friends. I love it. There we go. Okay. By the way, I'm wearing it around the convention. People are like, does that say? Yeah, it says something you're gonna like, I'll tell you that. All right, Dragon Ball Super Dope writes in on YouTube member section. You guys need to clip this price fixing segment immediately so it can be shared far and wide. No politics involved. It's just data about topics everyone is genuinely pissed about, housing and groceries.
Thank you. I'm so happy you like the story because, you know, it's not some political feud. There's no drama. There's no intrigue, but you're getting screwed over. And I hate that those are the stories that don't get any attention. So when we do clip it out, and we will, you share it far and wide, please. If you're watching this and you love that story, share it with your friends.
Yeah. Look, sometimes some of those stories don't get as much attention because of the conflict. It's like, no. You've done some amazing stories in your solo hour on Wednesday, et cetera, that have taken off because about things that people care about, housing, et cetera, and way before anyone else in media was. But they do need a bigger push. So if you like a story like that, make sure you share it with all your friends and family. Okay, and Luke Wise Samji wrote it in the member section on TYT.com. Although I love the public attacks against Trump, it is sad Trump has degraded the entire atmosphere of politics and society. That's so true and gotten us to fight each other so much. You're right.
Donald Trump's a style icon.
That's what I do.
All right, back on TYT at the DNC, Cenk and Anna with you guys, but also these wonderful people, Lenny, Devin, note, not Alan Thack, Davis, Gemini 34, and then someone who used their handle, created a handle called Moneybag, and they gave a lot. So thank you, Moneybag. Thank you to all of you guys. I know everybody gives what they can. And I don't love asking guys, but super tough times for digital media. That's why we ask. Hopefully we'll get past this and never asking. Yeah, I hope. But I appreciate all of you for making this happen. And that you sent us here to the DNC. We appreciate you. And then at YouTube, Benjamin, Michael Keith, and yeah, boys, Zachy G. And thank you for signing up for premium. Love you guys. All right, Anna.
Well, why don't we get into a discussion about a mistake, potentially damning mistake that Walz made. So let's get into it.
Some of you might have heard this. This is very personal for my wife and I. When Gwen and I decided to have children, we went through years of fertility treatments. And I remember each night praying that the call was going to come and it was going to be good news. The phone would ring, tenseness in my stomach, and then the agony when you heard the treatments hadn't worked. So it wasn't by chance that when we welcomed our first child, our beautiful daughter, we named her Hope.
Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Walz has been very vulnerable publicly, very candid and open about the difficulties that he and his wife had in conceiving their children. He talks about the fertility treatments that they needed in order to conceive. But now new reporting indicates that he might not have been telling the truth. And it has to do with the type of fertility treatments that he and his wife relied on. And as a result, Republicans are now using this, of course, to attack him. So before we get to the Trump ticket and Republican supporters and how they're attacking Walz, let's actually back up a little bit and give you the context. So during an interview with CNN, the First Lady of Minnesota, Gwen Walz, who of course is Governor Walz's wife, revealed that she underwent a different fertility treatment, not IVF, called intrauterine insemination. And so intrauterine insemination, like IVF, is a common fertility procedure that's used by couples who are trying to get pregnant, but it's a different method entirely, okay? So during intrauterine insemination, known as IUI, sperm is placed directly in the uterus. The process is sometimes combined with ovulation induction where medication stimulates the release of eggs. People experiencing infertility often start with IUI and then move on to IVF if needed. Now, in her statement to CNN, Gwen Walz described the process as an incredibly personal and difficult experience, and then said this: the only person who knew in detail what we were going through was our next door neighbor. She was a nurse and helped me with the shots I needed as part of the IUI process. I'd rush home from school and she would give me the shots to ensure that we stayed on track. And then she went on to explain that she and Walz only started publicly sharing their fertility treatments after Alabama's decision in regard to IVF treatments. They see the embryos that are used in IVF treatments as sacrilege because they consider those embryos like the same as a viable human being, which I think is crazy. Gwen Walz says in regard to that, after seeing the extreme attacks on reproductive health care across the country, particularly the efforts in Alabama that jeopardized access to fertility treatments, Tim and I agreed that it was time to formally speak out about our experience. But their experience didn't have anything to do with IVF, obviously. And I don't think that the right wing is going after intrauterine insemination because that is, it's not about putting an embryo, a fertilized egg into the woman's body. It's about having her ovulate and ensuring that the sperm gets to her egg, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, so genuine question. When he explained how many different times they tried, et cetera, was that part of the story as far as we can tell true?
Well, why don't we take a look at this compilation of Governor Walz talking about this issue and you'll see for yourself.
J.D. Vance knows nothing about that. And then he keeps going into all of these things. Today's IVF day. Thank God for IVF. My wife and I have 2 beautiful children. He thinks he needs to dictate that. And I've been saying this, the golden rule that makes small towns work so we're not at each other's throats all the time in a little town is mind your own damn business. That includes IVF. And this gets personal for me and my family. When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through infertility treatments. And I remember praying every night for a call for good news. the pit in my stomach when the phone rang, and the agony when we heard that the treatments hadn't worked.
Yeah, first of all, it was up to him. I wouldn't have a family because of IVF and the things that we need to do reproductive. My kids were born through that that way. And also I make sure that I'm the guys and our folks are investing in prenatal care. We're the ones that are there for universal pre-K. We're the ones that are providing school meals at this. I'm not going to back down one bit on this whole family values thing, and it's us.
So look, obviously I agree with Walz and the Democratic Party in wanting to protect IVF. And by the way, IVF treatments are also incredibly popular with Republican voters. They want to protect those treatments as well. But obviously campaigning on this issue as though he and his wife relied on that treatment, and then it turns out that that's not the treatment that they relied on, is something that's now going to be attacked, or the Republicans are going to use to attack Walz. Yeah. I don't know how much it's going to hurt the ticket, but he should have been careful and he wasn't.
Yeah, I'm 50-50 on this one. So on the one hand, yeah, don't say IVF if it was IUI. And there is a real difference because they're actually, as Anna pointed out, they're actually opposed to IVF because of the way that it's done, and they probably are not opposed to IUI. But the reason why I say I'm 50-50 is because what I always do is I look at this in any given issue like this. How would I react if it was on the shoe was on the other foot and a Republican made this kind of mistake, lie, whatever you want to call it, right? And I would think, is it material? Like, am I outraged by this? And I don't think it's that material. And so, and maybe I'm biased and we could talk it through. But the reason why I don't think it's material is, to me, the most important part was, wait, did he make up that story about infertility treatment and the years they went through and the struggle, et cetera? Because if he did, then I'm worried about it. That's a significant lie, right? But if it turns out, yeah, they were doing infertility treatment and all of that is true, it was just a different infertility treatment. And he was kind of saying it because people know IVF and they don't know IUI as much. Yeah, it still shouldn't have done it, no question.
Yeah.
But a lot less severe.
Okay.
Like, I'm not overly worried about it.
I'm gonna speculate on something, and I know it's not gonna come across as overly kind to Walz or men in general, sorry. But I think there's some chance that Walz genuinely didn't know the details of the treatment.
Oh, that's more embarrassing, yeah.
But it's true, right? Like, I just feel like, I don't know, I just feel like men aren't like super involved in like the specific details of like what the fertility treatment is. They just know that a fertility treatment is happening and they're trying to see if the pregnancy will happen as a result of that treatment. Obviously, like, because here's the thing, his wife is obviously in the know about the campaigning. And so she wouldn't she wouldn't blow his cover like that. You get what I'm saying? Like, in an interview.
Yeah.
So
look, it's super hard to tell. I hear you, that might be the case. We don't know. We're speculating on why.
Right, total speculation.
Yeah, on why he said it wrong. But look, number one, it's super important not to be like the Republicans and not to be bad faith actors. So just call them out for being wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when I look at it as like, is it material? And it would be material in one or two ways. One is it genuinely affects a policy that I care about and is important to the public. In this case, no, he's in favor of all fertility treatments, including IVF, and I'm in favor of that. It doesn't affect policy at all.
In fact, I think that this whole story, including the attack on Walz, does one thing and one thing only: remind everyone that there is some faction within the Republican Party that wants to do away with IVF, and JD Vance happens to be one of them.
You're totally right. But there is one fact pattern which would be really problematic for Tim Walz. Yeah. Is if I sense that he is inauthentic.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Right.
I agree.
And so that's not a policy thing, but that would be a little bit heartbreaking because we're hopeful that he's one of like very literally a handful of politicians. I don't know if it's past 3 or 4 in my lifetime that is honest and authentic. And if it turns out it's a little bit of an act, then that would be both heartbreaking, but again, I'm not naive.
Yeah, not heartbreaking. I would say, all right, well, another one.
No, but what I mean by heartbreaking, and the relevant part of that is, well, that means maybe he's not going to get things done. And so that affects how I view the chances of them passing those bills on a national level. But again, the fact that he already passed him in Minnesota is overwhelming evidence that he is not full of crap.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
And hence.
Okay. So I've been talking about the attacks on Walz over this, and I haven't even given you the attacks yet. So I just want to quickly do that. So JD Vance tweeted about it, saying today it came out that Tim Walz had lied about having a family via IVF. Who lies about something like that? And then Vance further elaborated that when he was elaborated on this when he was stopped by reporters in Wisconsin yesterday. So let's take a look at that.
You have attacked him for not being clear about his military record. Do you think this is becoming a pattern, him using ambiguous language, either through commission or omission, when talking about, his record?
Yeah, I do that. I mean, look, I saw that this morning, and it's just such a bizarre thing to lie about, right? There's nothing wrong with having a baby through IVF or not having a baby through IVF. Like, why lie about it? I just don't understand that. And having, had people who, friends of mine who used IUI, and then some of them worked out and some of them didn't, and then some of the people who didn't work out, they then used IVF. Like, the difference, right? Anybody who's had a friend or themselves gone through fertility treatments, the difference, so why lie about it? I just don't understand it. My basic read on Tim Walz, and I don't know the guy, but my basic read, if you look at his military record, the lies about the rank, the lies about serving in combat, the lies now about IVF, even lying about like his food preferences. My read on him is that he's a guy who likes to just barely cross the line.
The 2004-esque attacks on Tim Walz over his, military record, I haven't commented on it publicly. Like, you got to do better than that, JD Vance. But this issue, I don't know how much of an impact it's going to have, but I lean in your direction, Cenk. It's not really material, and if anything, it does remind everyone that there is a group of Republicans who want to do away with the fertility treatment, IVF, that people desperately rely on when they want to conceive and they want to have children. And then finally, I also need to note that the president and CEO of Resolve, that's the National Infertility Association, stated that the group regrets elevating suggestions that Walz used IVF. So they kind of took what he said at face value and they promoted it. And so Barbara Kalura, who's the president of this organization, said the following: Resolve regrets if our organization contributed to any confusion about how he became a parent. We support all paths to parenthood and have welcomed Governor Walz's support for our community and our advocacy issues since the Federal Advocacy Day in 2017 during his tenure in Congress.
Okay, I have one last comment here. If I heard him right, JD Vance said, he has a habit of going barely past the line, right? That's actually a really fair thing to say, because I think that is what Tim Walz is doing. But he is going barely past the line. And, when you add up a couple of these things, and most of them are unfair, especially when they make a federal case out of it, but there are a couple of things that are fair, including saying, hey, it wasn't IVF, it was IUI, right? I get the sense that Tim Walz, in order to tell a good story, is the kind of guy who embellishes around the edges. And so look out for that. That'll probably happen a couple more times, because if you're the story embellisher guy, you do that on a fairly consistent basis. So it's not lethal. Being a phony and lying regularly and lying egregiously is lethal, like politically. And so far, not too bad. But I am a little bit on the lookout for the embellishments now.
Yeah, 100%. And that's okay. I think that's important to look out for.
Look, I'm literally wearing a Balls to the Walls shirt, shoptyt.com. Nevertheless, I'm fair about it. Fairest show in America.
How many times are you going to do this on the show today?
To be fair, probably 20 or 30 times, then followed up with shoptyt.com, and the link is in the description box.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe 40. We'll see what happens.
I'll try to prepare myself mentally for that. We're going to take a break for now, though. And when we come back, we're going to get into a discussion about the fate of RFK Jr.'s political campaign, presidential campaign. We'll be right back. Cenk Uygur is not here today, which means that I will be able to talk during the show. No,
We'll see. We'll see.
Poor Cenk, under the bus.
My God, if Jesus came back, how much would the Republicans hate him? Now you have to give away all of your possessions to the poor. Steve King would be like, oh, Weezy. Everyone should be lucky enough to have a John Iadarola in their life.
You confused everyone?
Okay, sorry. I thought it was pretty clear.
Take a break now.
You can turn me to Dr. Manhattan as long as I get what Dr. Manhattan's packing, okay? The liberal mom says, Mark Thompson, have you ever thought about doing one of those tapes that soothe people to sleep? Like Mark Thompson reads the phone book. I'd buy it.
If you'll buy it, I'll do it.
D'Amelio writes in, John, you are so thick. I love you. That's what he wrote.
Pork Chop Express writes in and says John Iadarola needs a new jacket.
Whoa.
Those 24-inch pythons are about to burst out of his sleeve.
Gun, baby. You know, the two people here said that their moms were both in love with you over Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm. That's an improvement. I usually get grandmothers.
Charlie Turk.
No, wait a minute, don't you dare.
Chemical castration when we return from the break.
I hope that, who they choose for the White House isn't just a borderline Klansman. That's all we gotta hope.
That's it. We will settle it.
She's cute. I didn't say that about Laura Ingraham.
Scandal at TYT. Did Anna comment on my tan yet? No, she hasn't.
You're a good bosser.
But Anna did say that I come in here today with a fresh mind. That's all I'm about. I'm about a fresh mind.
I can't with you right now. Okay?
She just can't. She can't, but nonetheless, we have to for another 3 hours. I'm back, baby. Let's rip in the Republicans. See, don't miss the live show.
That's great.
Tell people, if you're a member, you get the whole live show whenever you want, because this stuff doesn't go into any of the clips.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Iadarola. This is gonna be a big one. Meanwhile, in the Arctic, you know where this is going. You watch the Damage Report, the Arctic's on fire. Obviously, why would we be talking about the Arctic except to tell you that it's melting once again? The Republicans aren't that interested in it. I wonder why. Lift out of poverty up to 3.7 million people, including an estimated 1.3 million children. Hashtag save the children? Not if it costs money. I mean, come on.
It's time to break down the myths of the right wing, the political elite in both parties, and the establishment media. Myths like the media has a liberal bias, hilarious, or America's a center-right country, preposterous. The truth is that the American people are progressive, and no matter what party or media elites say, justice is coming. I've written a book that makes this clear and shows you we're gonna get it done. It's called Justice is Coming, and you can get it anywhere books and audiobooks are sold.
Hey, I'm John, that's my name. But many of our facilities and equipment here at TYT headquarters are nameless. You can change that. A donation at tyt.com/perks can grant you the naming rights to our stuff. Check out the full list today.
Every time you ring the bell below, there's a bell sound that goes off in Donald Trump's mind. Ring the bell.
TYT is thankful for all of the support we've received from our audience. I know that we're all living through a dark time. The economy is a mess, the two-party system is failing us, and the threat of climate change is growing. Jake started this company in his apartment, and look where we are today. I've experienced what we can accomplish when we work together. So let's keep moving towards positive change. Join our movement at tyt.com/team.
I can't wait to have your sexual anarchy in my mouth.
All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Obviously at the DNC here, we're gonna have some amazing interviews for you guys, including, yes, finally Jamie Raskin. And so now all these other folks are here. You guys have been so wonderfully generous. The Spock of cannabis, Beautiful. Thank you, brother. Really appreciate it. Randy for Progressives, Zally Sal, Lucid Dystopia, Yank Dork, and Jer Friolento. All so generous. We really appreciate you so much. Let's try to get to that 47K. I mean, tonight, if we can get to 35, it's probably doable. So tyt.com/DNC. Love you guys for it. All right, Anna, what's next?
Well, big news for the RFK Jr. campaign. So let's get into that.
You know, there's two options that we're looking at, and one is staying in, forming that new party, but we run the risk of a Kamala Harris and Walz presidency because we draw votes from Trump, or we draw somehow more votes from Trump, or we walk away right now and join forces with Donald Trump, and you know, we walk away from that and we explain to our base why we're making this decision.
That is RFK Jr.'s running mate, Nicole Shanahan, and they did it. That's what they did. They're ending their campaign and they're endorsing Trump.
Yeah. So look, I'm not surprised by this at all. I don't know why everybody's going around surprised.
What?
Really? Why? Why are you surprised?
Okay, continue. I'm gonna let you continue.
Because look,
he ran as a Democrat at first.
I know.
And then decided, okay, this isn't the path that's gonna help me win, so let me try doing it as an independent.
Yeah.
And maybe they've decided to endorse Trump because they're angry with the undemocratic behavior of the Democratic Party during the primaries and the fact that they fought tooth and nail to keep RFK Jr. off the ballots. But I don't know, what do you think?
Yeah, so look, I think that Bobby Kennedy Jr. was a lifelong Democrat, and so that's why he started in the Democratic Party, and it makes sense. And he's for, make sure to fight climate change, and there's a bunch of things that like housing and anti-corruption that he's really good on, and progressive and Democratic. But yeah, his main issues are like vaccines and hating the elites, et cetera. And on a lot of those issues, he's much closer to Trump, right? And most of his voting base was Trump. It was about 60% Trump already, according to the polling. The Democrats always freak out. They're like, drive him out of the race. First of all, you drove him out of the primary. You could have ended it right there. Instead, you drove him to a third party race. It was a dumb decision. Now he's taking more votes away from Trump before he dropped out. You still wanted to drive him out of the race because you hate competition. It's maddening. But given how much the Democrats have, hated him, mocked him, smeared him, and he agrees with Trump on like anti-elite. Again, Trump is not actually anti-elite, but he at least has voters in that direction. And the Democrats are viewed as the more elitist party. And given the vaccine thing is so huge for Bobby Kennedy Jr., and the Democrats will never, ever accept his point of view on that. So that's why it's not at all surprising that he goes to Trump.
The Democrats drive me insane. Look, the elitist issue is a problem for Democrats. It is, and it's not some made up thing that Trump is throwing around. It's real. You can see it in the voter base, right? The voter base for the Democratic Party used to be working class Americans, without a college degree. And now those individuals have flocked over to the Republican side because the Democratic Party has become the party of the hyper educated, financially affluent party. Like that is what they represent. And that's a problem for them. It is. And I think that it informs some of the policies that we don't favor on the Democratic side, right? The handouts to corporations, the unwillingness to really fight for tax increases on corporations and the rich, like that kind of stuff, right? That's part of the reason why Kamala Harris, her proposal to raise taxes on corporations isn't to raise it back to what it was before Trump had cut the tax rate on corporations, which was 35%. She's decided to, go halfway and call for 28%.
Yeah, so look, this requires a quick history recap, right? So Democrats started as a party of labor. FDR actually gets things done for the average American, beloved 4 terms. JFK, LBJ continue that on the domestic front. But then the Democratic Party, and this is what I explain in Justice Coming, my book, starts to lose their way when corporate donations are now allowed by the Supreme Court in the late 1970s. Now, remember, the Republicans are always part of the big business, so they were taking in corporate money even when it was illegal. David Short has a really good podcast about this. So they continue to take money at this rate. The reason I'm telling you all this is that at some point among the professional management class, all the people that go to the Ivies and all that stuff, right? Almost all of them became like these technocrats, bureaucrats that went into the Democratic Party. Now, in the beginning, they used to go in the Democratic and Republican Party, and that's why they were corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats, and that's the way that it was for about 40 years straight. But then a new bunch of these PMCs, and Trump's not exactly in this category, he fits the category, but he's too dumb for the category. But PMCs like JD Vance and Vivek Ramaswamy decided, hey, you know what? It looks like the country's going in a populist direction. Let me get in on this scam. Now, the populism is not a scam. The right-wing voters are actually populist. Progressive voters are actually populist. But these guys go, oh, there's an angle here. And so the con men then go do fake populism. And they're following in Donald Trump's footsteps of fake populism. Donald Trump went there. Yeah, he went to the good schools, but he didn't earn any of that. He's not really in this crowd, but he just is just an old school con man. He's like, oh, they like populism? I'll give them populism, and then I'll get all the money and the power and the fame, right? So, but that has created a Republican Party that at least rhetorically is playing towards populism, even if it's a con, right? Whereas the Democrats are like, no, we are the party of Pete Buttigieg, efficient bureaucrats who went to really good schools and will use really big words to tell you how it's your fault. And remember, all the money should go to the top and then trickle down to you. That used to be the Reagan Republicans. And so that's why we now have a situation where it looks like, if you're and I think Bobby Kennedy Jr. is an actual populist, both on his both on his left-wing positions and right-wing positions. And you might not agree with some of those, and I don't agree with some of his positions. But I don't think he's a secret elitist who's trying to help the establishment. I think he was genuine that he was a populist. So he looks around and goes, well, we got more people going in the right-wing direction for populism, right or wrong. I guess that's where I belong, because these, Harvard bureaucrats that run the Democratic Party are never going to allow me to have my opinions on vaccines, et cetera. And they shouldn't, because I don't think they should allow him to have his opinions, but I think he's wrong about vaccines. But he knows that's not his home, and he's not wrong about that.
And look, he's also not wrong about the fact that, the Democratic Party did everything they could to exclude him from the democratic process. And I honestly think that that's a bigger reason for why they've decided to endorse Donald Trump. And by the way, Shanahan didn't hold back on that issue. Let's take a look at what she had to say.
Choice, this PAC, this DNC aligned PAC that was created specifically to take us out, has spent millions of dollars to take us out. They have unfortunately turned us into a spoiler. And we don't want to be a spoiler. We wanted to win. We wanted a fair shot. The DNC made that impossible for us. They have banned us, shadow banned us, kept us off stages, manipulated polls, used lawfare against us, sued us in every possible state. They've even planted insiders into our campaign to disrupt it and to create actual legal issues for us.
Now, look, someone watching that who isn't really in the know would be like, I don't know, that sounds kind of conspiratorial, but Cenk knows firsthand how much the Democratic establishment will fight to shut you out of being part of the Democratic process in the primary. So what do you think about what she had to say there?
Oh, definitely. Look, both things can be true, which is that Bobby and Nicole Shanahan are a little conspiratorial. But in this case, they're probably right. Okay, so, and by the way, that's true for a couple of things that Bobby Kennedy says. He doesn't think Sirhan was a real factor in his father's death. And I think he's totally right about that. That might sound conspiratorial, but if you look at the facts, it is accurate. It is empirical. There are too many bullets in the wall, right? among other things. So anyway, but to this, did the Democrats try to torpedo Bobby Kennedy Jr. in 18 different ways, including 12 different dirty ways? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know if they had plans inside the campaign. I can't speak to that. I have no knowledge of that, right? But we saw them dig up stuff from 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 10 years ago. That's what they always do. They look for needles in a haystack. And then once they find a needle that you did something wrong in your life, they go, look at that. What a terrible person. This is the only, don't worry about the haystack. And to be fair to Bobby Kennedy Jr., the haystack in his case is his legal work in protecting the environment. And if he knew about that, he might take more Democratic votes away. So they don't want you to look at the haystack. But the vaccines are also part of the haystack. Keep it real, right? And so, but they found the needles about the brain worm and the dead bear, et cetera. And they made you think he's just such a crazy lunatic.
Eating a dog.
Yeah. And so some of it, he did things that were weird, right? And so there's no ands, ifs, or buts about that. At the same time, does that affect his policy? Some places yes, some places no. But bottom line here is, let me get to the part that nobody's telling you. When Nicole Shanahan says, hey, we wanted to be a real player here, but it looks like we're going to be spoilers and this is going to be impossible. Let me tell you why she says that and then the effect of it. She says that because after Biden dropped out, they lost a huge part of their base. A lot of their Democratic leaning voters went back to the Democrats, especially when Kamala Harris picked Tim Walz, which then made them winning near impossible. The main thing for RFK Jr. was Biden and Trump are unacceptable, so vote for me. And now when one of the candidates is acceptable, he loses all momentum.
Yeah, that's true.
Now that gets to the second part. Remember, Shanahan is financing this campaign. And so once she comes to the conclusion, we're not going to win. I'm not going to be vice president. We're not going to get these policies. Does she want to continue to spend millions of dollars just to be a spoiler? And it looked like from that appearance, the answer was no. So if Nicole Shanahan doesn't want to spend any more money, they're out of money. So he has to make a deal. And final thing that leads to, that consequence is, let's not forget here that Bobby probably made a deal to get something from Trump. He was actively looking for a deal. He went to Trump, then he went to Kamala Harris, then back to Trump. Maybe he didn't get anything, but maybe he did. And for the people freaking out about that, that is the most normal thing in politics. Pete Buttigieg is not an expert on transportation. He got the cabinet position at the Department of Transportation because he bowed out to Biden before South Carolina and did him a political favor. That's how this thing works.
All right, well, final comment for me. I hate everybody and we need to take a break. So let's do that. And when we come back, we've got some interviews, we've got stories, we've got some updates from the Democratic National Convention. Stick around.
Indisputable is still the fastest growing news show in America compared to CNN, Fox News, and 30 other networks. We tell the truth on Indisputable because the truth is indisputable. We go places that other news media outlets refuse to go. When there were human rights abuses happening at the Victorville prison, guards and members of the community contacted us.
You, through your investigative reporting, unearthed very troubling allegations about specific forms of abuse and discrimination in the federal prison system.
It really doesn't take much to be a trusted voice. All it takes is to be fearless, report on matters, be an advocate. I called it the bullpen intentionally because it's a place of preparation. We present individuals who may have an opposing view, so we debate. Sometimes we interview individuals because their stories deserve to be heard. A survivor of significant police misconduct and his attorney. We covered this story earlier and to remind you of the horror of one man being shot at damn near 100 times by the police. We take time on this show to showcase the temper tantrums of Karens in the wild. We do this not because we want to see people's emotional outbursts in public, but because these incidents are emblematic of a bigger societal issue taking place across the nation, and it has to be checked.
My friend, my big homie, attorney at law, Benjamin Crump.
I just want to thank you, man. Educated, articulate brothers like yourself speak
truth to power, it makes a great difference in changing the landscape in America. So
listen, no matter what you do, don't allow the politics of ideology to evaporate the soul that still exists inside of you. They don't stop, I don't stop. Racism won't stop, I won't stop. Systemic bias won't stop, I won't stop. People still need health care, so I won't stop. People still need criminal justice systems reformed, so I won't stop. You won't stop either.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
There's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. We have 1,000 trillionaires in America. If we finally beat Medicare.
Every poll is going the same direction. Against Biden, democracy's on the line.
On behalf of the Democratic Party, I throw it in. Biden's done. If you go with this guy, guaranteed loss.
Joe Biden is a disaster, and nobody's even listening to anything he's saying.
Why is our only two choices, two people who are deeply disliked in this country, nearly hated? And if you're in Washington, I just broke your heart because I said Biden might be hated. He's at 38%. Learn math.
There is a time and a place for long years of experience in public life. There's also a time and a place for new voices, fresh voices. Yes, younger voices. And that time and place is now. For the next 6 months, I'll be focused on doing my job as president.
We asked you guys to sign a petition that we started about 10 months ago. Everybody said it was impossible, but we just declared victory. We did it.
The TYT petition was circulated as an example of growing sentiment on this issue. So there's a direct link between your action and that outcome.
It took a long time to get there, but the bottom line, brothers and sisters, is he got there.
Tell me about the shirt you're wearing.
Pretty much speaks for itself. What's the penalty for treason? Death. Everything was phenomenal under Donald Trump, and now it's Obama calling the shots right now. It ain't Biden.
So it's Obama calling the shots?
I believe so. None of this would be happening if they hadn't stolen the 2020 election from Trump and we the people.
If you could have an option of 4 years of Donald Trump as a dictator or 4 years of Joe Biden as a president, what would you choose?
Donald Trump.
All right, back at the Young Turks of the DNC, Cenk Uygur and Kasparian. And look at this, Adam Green dropped by. Adam Green, of course, leader of the Progressive Change Campaign Committee. And Adam, all right, you now speak for all progressives. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And so Kamala Harris, a little bit more of an establishment candidate. You were backing Elizabeth Warren in 2020, obviously not Kamala Harris. Tim Walz seems to be a pretty good progressive. So what say you about this ticket?
It's electric so far. Now, if you had asked me 2 months ago, which would be my first choice, I'd give you all these policy reasons. Why not? June 27th changed everything. And it's all about new versus old, fresh versus old, strength versus weakness. And we got the vibes on our side. And that feels really good. Now, fortunately, in the last 2 weeks, she's done a bunch of stuff that also were progressive. Tim Walz calling for cracking down on price gouging in groceries, bringing back a bunch of progressive economic people to advise her. So I'm feeling pretty good both on a substantive level and a vibes level.
Oh, elaborate on that last part, bringing back progressive people to help advise her. I want to know more about that.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I'll say like two weeks ago, I did a series of calls of people who were freaking out. Like, who is advising her on policy? Was Biden Harris like a nice honeymoon, and we're now going to go back to the Clinton days of Larry Summers and stuff like that? And then Brian Deese was announced to be advising her again. He's like the keeper of the flame of the Biden Harris agenda. He still has $1.5 trillion of stuff to get across the finish line that he came 2 votes short on. Bharat Ramamurthy, who is Elizabeth Warren's top cop on Wall Street advisor, was the number 2 guy in the White House doing economics. He left about a year ago. He's back in the circle. Every card that was a mystery that has been unveiled has been a good card so far. So I'm just feeling very good. Yeah.
That makes me so happy.
Oh, I like making you happy.
I didn't know about that.
This is a happy Anna Kasparian.
Awesome.
You're welcome, YouTube. Does happiness go viral? I don't even know. We're also angry.
Drama,
Yes,
fight, and
yes.
then that'll go viral.
Not for you, Larry Summers. Yeah.
Yeah. No, Operation Joy has gone viral. We
Operation
started that
Joy.
here on Young Turks.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are doing it. So There you go. Okay, no, those are great developments. And by the way, now when you add those cards on top of Tim Walz and actual positions, now it sounds really, really good.
Yeah.
So
anyway, can I say one thing? The number of people I heard from the day that Tim Walz was announced, who said, "I'm so used to being disappointed. I can't believe that like the best case scenario happened. I can't remember the last time this happened." It made me want to cry. It was so inspiring. And so seriously, she's not going to do everything right. I know that. I'm ready to be disappointed eventually, but so far it feels so good.
Yeah, look, I couldn't agree more. So let's talk about those policy positions then.
Yeah.
So is there anything missing that you would have loved? Is there anything that is in the proposals that you doubly love?
So I consider everything we've heard so far, which is not a ton, to be a down payment, a directional down payment, which hopefully we'll hear more about on Thursday night, right? So we actually have been advising, on economic messaging. We do polling every week with Data for Progress. And we had a 6-point memo. The first one was groceries, groceries, groceries. Talk about groceries. It's the biggest pain point in people's lives by 2-1. The second was talk about corporate price gouging, right? Somebody's gonna be left holding the bag for prices. It's either the person in charge, Joe Biden, or the big corporations. It's one or the other. Talk about it. And her first economic speech was that, grocery price gouging, right? Would like to hear more about big tech and more about banks and credit cards. And she will get to that, I'm sure. One piece of messaging advice that Biden has actually not just used in the State of the Union, but on the campaign trail is the idea that they want to cut Social Security to give tax cuts for the rich. We will tax the rich and protect Social Security. She hasn't really addressed taxation yet or the safety net. But why wouldn't she? She'll talk about it in her speech.
A little bit. She has proposed increasing the corporate tax rate. Unfortunately, not back to 35% prior to the Trump era tax cuts, but to 28%, which is what Biden had proposed and didn't really fight for. So
I've been fact checked.
Yeah, no, I don't need to fact check you. I didn't know about her economic advisor. Sometimes we miss things. So yeah.
And to your point, Adam, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
Right. But the fact that she's proposed it is positive because it changes the rhetoric. It makes all the Democrats defend those positions because now the leader has said it.
Yeah.
So it has value in and of itself.
Yeah.
As well as if they wind up doing a couple of those things, right? That would be amazing. But speaking of which, you and I have advocated, and a lot of good people on the progressive side propose these things because it'll force the Republicans to take the wrong positions, right? I think it's worked pretty spectacularly so far from the politics angle. So what's your take on that?
Like baiting traps for them and then walking into it? Yeah, this idea of surprise fees or junk fees, which applies to everything, whether it's Ticketmaster or airlines or hotels or banks or credit cards or rent payments. We were doing a lot of work with the White House and members of Congress on this issue, and Republicans weren't reacting, which was a little annoying because the whole point was to pick a smart fight. Until about 2 months ago, when all these Republicans in Congress started offering bills that would repeal actual things that are now in law, thanks to the Biden administration on the executive branch side. And basically the Republicans wanted higher credit card fees, higher bank fees. So finally they're taking the bait. And one member of Congress in a hearing said, the American people don't support these fees. The vast majority support them. They're not junk fees. And
yes.
That is so. Yes,
Right. Andy
something
Barr
that's
from
very
Kentucky.
well known. Yeah, something that's very well known about my fellow Americans.
Yeah.
They love paying extra unnecessary fees.
Yes.
Right. By the way, in terms of hotels, so hotels do this thing now where they charge you a resort fee once you check in.
Yeah.
At first it was like $25, then they raised it to $30. Now it's like $50, $55 a night.
Yeah.
That's
I know.
insane.
Yeah.
And so can I say one piece of advice to progressives out there, anybody, including those who are running for office? Our polling consistently shows we got to talk micro, not macro, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody cares about GDP. Nobody cares about unemployment rates or inflation rates.
Totally agree.
It might even apply to climate change if framed in nebulous terms. But if your gas prices are going to go down, right? If your electricity costs are going to go down, if your grocery prices are going to go down, Medicare for all, but you're going to get hearing aids and dental and vision, free because of your insurance. It's a world of difference. And we all need to talk in these local terms and not talk in these nebulous global terms.
Yeah, so that's a great point. And I just want to make one more quick point before you go to the question. It's such a simple concept to me, and that it's amazing that people haven't figured it out my entire lifetime until maybe now, right? Which is that people care about what affects them, not theoretically what affects someone else. And I wish they did, because for progressives, we care about other people and we empathize, etc. But the average person, of course, is going to naturally be much more inclined to be concerned about things that affect them and their family, as opposed to something that's on a global scale or that's hard to discern, to pinpoint in their lives. So that's why, again, the direction that the Harris-Walz team is going is perfect, because it triggers for them, wait, I hate the increased prices in groceries and housing, et cetera. And it makes the Republicans defend those high prices. It's great political strategy. The only thing is, it makes me a little bit nervous that it's just because it's so politically obviously correct that they're just doing it for politics. So we have to make sure we make them do it if they win. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I don't have a question on this. I want to make a statement, and I don't
fact check you again.
No. I think that there is a massive problem brewing right now that's being completely ignored by both parties, and I think that it's a great opportunity for Democrats to address it and be first on it, which is the insurance crisis. And I'm not just talking about health insurance. I'm talking about insurance for your car, insurance for your home. Insurance companies are jacking up rates like crazy for a number of different factors. In Florida, for instance, insuring your home has become incredibly expensive and unattainable for a lot of families due to the climate crisis, due to the fact that it's far more expensive to take care of homes that have been destroyed as a result of these natural disasters. In California, there could be a fix with actually doing something about crime. But the crime rates have led to skyrocketing car insurance rates as well. Like, these are issues that are really hurting working people in the country. And I get that the factors differ, but I also think that there's some predatory behavior happening with the insurance companies as well. And I want someone to address that.
Yeah.
No, just a statement.
Is that on the agenda at all or no?
The last thing you said, pretty much fraud. If there's a fraud element to it, that has to be on the agenda, right? I could be fact checked on this one, but you book a flight ticket and you have 24 hours to cancel, but they're like, do you want this insurance for 12 extra bucks? Mm-hmm. And I always click no, because it's like, wait, this is fake insurance.
Right, totally.
They're just scaring me. And it's like, if there's stuff like that, you really need a consumer watchdog, right? Yeah. So that's my 30,000 foot version of it. There's probably very wonky stuff that one could say, but
do you think that Kamala Harris will keep Lena Khan as the head of the FTC?
Is Reid Hoffman watching?
Actually, don't know.
Yes, I do.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she's been, a lot of money has been donated to her campaign by billionaires who want Lena Khan gone.
Yeah, yes. But Adam, let me follow up on that, because I feel like Reid Hoffman made a fairly serious mistake by saying it. Because once he said it, then it makes her look corrupt and weak if she fires her.
Yeah.
So he really screwed that one up, right? It's almost too late.
Yeah.
Like, it almost guarantees her job, right?
Yeah, it actually polarizes it in a direction that's helpful for us. But again, that was the kickoff of the freak out phone calls I described. Oh my gosh, who's advising her? Who will be the defender of Lena Khan? There was no bigger advocate for Lena Khan in the White House than Brian Deese, who is the head of the National Economic Council. The fact that the people around her all love Lena Khan gives me hope. But also, she has no real vested interest in bucking the Biden-Harris legacy, right? There might be some other people that are less high profile and less successful, but Lena Khan really is the star, if you had to pick one.
Yeah, she's
right?
fearless.
Yeah. She's fearless. She's changing the game. There's really, even the things that she was attacked for early on, like she's losing lawsuits. Well, now she's winning lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit.
Yeah, and the threat of the lawsuit is stopping potential mergers from even being proposed.
Yeah, that's real. That's
yeah.
And of course, the mergers lead to consolidations, which leads to higher prices and less choices, et cetera. And by the way, Adam, we talk about framing a lot. That should be framed as anti-free market. And so if they were on the campaign trail saying, hey, listen, we're trying to protect the free markets from monopoly power. And so that's why we have to do this to protect consumers. And of course, what will that lead to? Trump and the Republicans going, don't protect consumers. Right? We need big giant monopoly power. And Trump can't help but respond to every line of attack.
Yeah. Can I say one more thing on that? Because we have a real opportunity to seize the high ground in terms of being for fair markets, right? Markets are good. Small businesses want free markets. Monopolies are the opposite of entrepreneurs and small businesses breaking into the market, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We're the pro small business people. I have been hearing in some circles here, among some donors who are business people, and out there, criticism of this price gouging language. And they're like, well, the easy one is, it's communism or it's like price control. But some of them are just like, they're messing up the language. They're positioning us as anti-business. We need to push back on this and make very clear the bad apples make the entire market worse for the good apples. So I'll give one example, right? A Ticketmaster or a StubHub, right? Let's say they want to do the right thing and show you the actual cost of a Taylor Swift ticket or any other ticket, right? And just be honest with you. Well, if their competitor is artificially saying, oh, it'll cost $75 less, and only on the last screen after you've done a ton of work, do you realize, oh, it's actually $60 more, $60 more. You're not gonna go back and get a new, you're just gonna, right? So their incentive is, oh, we have to match the bad actors in order to just be viable against them.
Yep.
If there's rules of the road, the good actors, the good businesses, the ones who are actually pro-consumer can survive. So we cannot let them define us as anti-business, anti-markets. We are the pro-markets. They're defending bad apples.
Yeah, and then at that point, they've got to defend monopoly power and be against free markets. So I love that. I think that's exactly right. One last question. So you mentioned some polling that you guys did and then shared, and that might have even led to the proposals that we see. So what did you see exactly in the polling on price gouging and on the consumer prices?
Sure. So one of the earliest findings was when we intentionally put our finger on the scale and said, economists say the unemployment rate's at a record low, inflation rates are going down. Okay, now hearing that, is the economy getting better or worse for people like you? 2/3 of people say worse, right? Those were the main two talking points that the White House was using all last summer. So we showed it to the White House. We showed it to the Biden campaign. And we were asked, well, if people aren't paying attention to that, what are they paying attention to? We're like, we could guess, let's just poll it. We gave people 25 choices and said, which of these three are the biggest pain points in your life? By far, 61% of people, given 25 options, picked groceries. Right after that was gas, utilities, housing, right? And then other language about cracking down on price gouging, predictably spoke to their hearts and minds. So that just says to me, all right, we have something that we need to say. And unfortunately, when I was watching the Republican convention, speaker after speaker after speaker who are not policy wonks, who much rather would have been talking about Kamala Harris's birth certificate if they could, we're talking about grocery prices. And I'm like, they got the memo, right? And that's why we literally gave the Harris campaign a memo. Groceries at the top of the list. And thankfully, Democrats are doing that.
I mean, I'm glad that, Biden took your advice and immediately pivoted to the fact that he expanded NATO, because every American's really concerned about that.
Don't get me started. So,
Listen, guys, I love this, Adam, and it's boldprogressives.org, boldprogressives.org. And I love this because you guys just got an insight into how politics works internally. Right? So these policy positions don't come out of nowhere. They come from polling to see what do people like. And it's just that what happened on the Democratic side here is they took that same information that the Republicans had or seemed to have because of what you mentioned about their convention. And I noticed that as well. And they proposed something that was policy, thereby gaining the high ground and making the Republicans switch from talking about how bad grocery prices are, to defending how bad grocery prices are. And the reason the Republicans couldn't do that is because they don't want those policy positions. They want to protect big business. So they would never, is that this is actually our core, right? These are the things we actually believe in. So it's easy for us to put forward proposals on this, which Republicans never would. What has been greatly frustrating to people who work in progressive politics like Adam and I for these last 20 years is that oftentimes Democrats wouldn't put them forward. And you're like, why don't you want to win? Let alone actually instituting those policies, right? And now, Adam, I think that's part of the explosion of joy, right? Because I can't believe they're doing all the right things.
Yeah, same. I mean, I've been surprised quite a bit by this ticket.
Yeah, and it says something about our community and over time becoming more influential and credible on the inside, because we have enough people around the table that are saying, look at these numbers, right? They're keeping in touch with those fully on the outside. You're like, oh, what's that idea? Let me deliver that in a politically smart way. Again, Barack's a good example. Barack was like a junior Elizabeth Warren staffer 10 years ago. And now he is like, literally he's been in the Oval Office, is now advising Kamala Harris. That takes time, that takes effort, and that takes accountability. I just want to say, this is my 19th year of being a member of the TYT Army. I'm looking forward to celebrating my 20th year next year.
That's awesome.
If democracy survives, I might be in Europe, but I hope I'd be here in America. And Anna, it's been about what, 11 years for you?
I wish. No, I wish only because I can't believe it's been like 18 years.
No, it's not.
Which reminds me of my age, and I don't like that. Yeah.
2006.
I started when I was 20. I'm 38 now.
2006. Wait.
2007.
7.
Yeah.
Okay. So I met Cenk 2005 at a conference.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Wow.
So
okay.
Adam's not just the leader of the PCCC, he's also one of the earliest members in TYT history. So
Too strong.
yeah,
Too strong.
damn right.
For my 20th anniversary, can I come back on and can you play the original TYT theme song?
Oh my
No,
God.
Five times.
That's
Yeah.
so fun.
You definitely
Okay.
will.
I
All
just
right.
wrote down your count. Sorry. The views down to 4. Hello, people. Sorry about that.
No. Adam Green, boldprogressives.org. Much appreciated, brother.
Yeah.
Thank
We'll
you.
be right back. All right, let me do some shout outs for YouTube members. Love these guys. Riley Kubley, Uncle Phil too, thank you for joining us, especially at the higher level there. Michael Keith, Wilder, Clay Seal, Chuck Vale, thank you for upgrading, brother. We appreciate it, Chuck. You could upgrade through the join button. You can join through the join button. Jesse, thank you for gifting 5 Young Turks memberships. You guys are amazing. And look, I love that we do a show that's powered by you guys and now powered by the people. That's why, like for a lot of the shows powered by corporations, advertising, etc., like they have an incentive to sell out. We have an incentive not to sell out because of you guys. So I love it. I appreciate it. And while we're here, of course, tyt.com/DNC. Would love to and really kind of need to get to around 35,000 raised by the end of today. So if you can help on that, love you. ACGC says, YouTube member here, Cenk, the worst mergers allowed have been consolidation of the media down to just a handful of companies. The fairness doctrine was a good thing. Those are slightly different things, the fairness doctrine and the consolidation, but you're right, the consolidation has been an absolute disaster. E. Feely, now in Super Chat, thank you for the generosity, and said, been with you for 20 years. What you all do is so valuable. When Sam Weiss talked about the dedicated bureaucrats that get stuff done inside government, I thought that is what you all do in media. Anna, your story about Haifa the other night really got to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for saying that. And thank you for being with us for 20 years. You got 1 year on Adam Green, as you just saw there, 2 years on Anna. So I love these members that have been with us for so long. You guys are our base, you're everything. Asimov's Prophet writes in, again, super generous, really appreciate it on Super Chat. Brett, your bar in Chicago is Delilah's. There's a second story if it gets too crazy down below. I love how specific it is, and I'll pass that on to Brett, because you know what? It's like friends saying, hey, if you're in Chicago, go to Delilah's, etc. Also a nice ad for them for only $200. But it's a lot of money, so thank you, brother. All right, back on the Young Turks on DNC. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, Pluto's Fine, Fresh Mind, Ride Your Bike, Nurse Miller, Oodle, and Shindigeets. Those folks all just came through tyt.com/DNC. We appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending us here. And we hope we can pay for it. Otherwise, we're going to be cleaning dishes. We won't make the show
no one's
next week.
I'm not cleaning dishes.
All right, Anna, go ahead.
All right. Well, let's talk about bad advice for Kamala Harris.
Man, she acts like she just won $1 billion. In some ways, she did.
It is. It's like The Price is Right. I mean, just like she, winning the car or something like that. It's kind of insane.
Seriously, it's not presidential, right? Fair enough. I mean, it's totally out of sync. I understand people are happy, but
there is this hyper emotional behavior that comes out of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. It's like they're always beyond giddy and everything is just fine.
That was awesome. That was so sad. Oh my God, look at Kamala Harris. She looks so happy. Ugh, that's unpresidential. Like, what? Okay, so that was Greg Kelly and Mercedes Schlapp. They called Kamala Harris unpresidential and hyper emotional because she smiles too much.
Yeah, look, two things on that. First of all, when you say that someone looks too happy and it's not presidential, you sound mental, okay? We don't need serial killers as president. And Barack Obama, won 2 terms. He has like an amazing smile. So it's not like there's some sort of political history of, man, Americans really love grumpy people. Okay, so it's just crazy. But now the second part of it is, again, another brilliant strategy by the Harris-Walz team, right? Because they were worried that people were going to make fun of her laugh because the Republicans were obsessed about that. They're like, oh, look at that cackle. Look at how she laughs. That looks crazy, right? But when they turned it into, hey, we're happy warriors, as Doug Emhoff talked about, and they talked about bringing joy in, now they've made it so Republicans and right-wingers are attacking the very idea of happiness. So now they don't know what to do. And they're like, oh, I don't know. It's not presidential to smile. And they look crazy. So again, well played from a political perspective. Nice jujitsu.
I love that. No, I mean, I don't know if anyone advised her to stop laughing and to stop smiling, but whatever, like, I'm just happy that she's still being herself, right? Because we've just had so many election cycles and so many years of like negative politics. And it's exhausting and it's depressing. And even if she's not a perfect politician, which she isn't, I acknowledge that. I do really like the positive energy. I need a little bit of that in my life, right? Not fake positivity. Okay. So look, Greg Kelly and Mercedes Schlapp aren't, the last name Schlapp is too much fun. Like, you have to say it like that.
But you have to include the middle name, Schlippity.
Okay.
Slippity Schlapp.
They're not the only ones who have gone after Kamala Harris on this issue of her being too happy. So let's go to the next video featuring Andrew Klavan and Jesse Waters.
This is a very male-female race. And we're not supposed to talk about that because obviously they're male and females are exactly the same. In fact, you can change them out and swap them out. They're so much the same. But here we're not going to lie, so we're going to say this is a male-female race. Trump is a studly guy to the point where he exemplifies both the good and the bad of manhood. He can get a little bit over the top sometimes, and sometimes he just has that incredible courage that he displayed when he was shot at, and when he was shot, actually, I should say, and also when he went before the black journalist, which was not quite as bad, but also dangerous. And Kamala has the womanish traits of being a cackling, irrational, and venomous serpent without the womanly traits of grace, generosity, and tenderness. We miss those in her.
She's just an average woman, Kennedy. She's just an average kind of mediocre person who avoids fixing things because she doesn't want any attention that's negative. She doesn't try that hard. And then when she does not try, she gets in trouble for not trying. And then she yells at everybody else. She likes wine, she likes food, she likes to dance. She's just like your typical girl's girl that
Sounds very basic.
talks behind everybody's back and then says nice things to your face. It's just, she's just not at the level of what you'd think would be a president. She's just too mediocre to be president.
Please keep doing this. Seriously, please keep doing this. Like, the message here is, don't be too happy. It's unprofessional, right? And by the way, Klavan said that she comes off as a feminist serpent because she's too happy.
No, venomous serpent.
Oh, I thought a feminist serpent. It doesn't matter. Okay,
that's even worse.
That's even worse. Yeah. Keep going, Klavan. Awesome. Keep doing those segments. Awesome.
So we covered those two clips when Anna was not here, and I couldn't believe they were saying these things. I mean, that's misogyny on steroids. Calling women venomous serpents? What kind of lunatic does that?
Don't even use the misogyny label, right?
Yeah.
But everyone wants to be happy. And when you're trashing a woman who's obviously out there, she's happy. Oh, she likes wine. She likes to have a good time. Yeah, most people do. Most people do. And when you're trashing it, they put themselves in her shoes and feel like you're trashing them.
Of course, but almost everything they said was hateful. And they're like, oh yeah, men have beers. Yeah, we're cool. Women having wine. That's like the least of it. I mean, they're calling them snakes.
Oh my God.
Give away votes millions at a time. We're very happy to take them.
Yep, exactly.
All right, we got to take a quick break here. Amazing interview for you guys when we come back. All right, guys. So we got coming up Jamie Raskin in just a couple of minutes, then Nina Turner, then Mondale Robinson's in the house. So normally he's always Skyping because he's in the middle of North Carolina. He's the mayor of Enfield, but he's here for the DNC, so he's going to come join us a little bit later as well. So while we're waiting for Jamie Raskin, so far nothing exciting on the speeches, but remember we got Bill Clinton coming up tonight. We got Josh Shapiro. We got Bernie Sanders, and apparently, is that Jamie? Okay. Well, that was the quickest segment in TYT history. So
did you say Bernie Sanders?
Did I say Bernie
Yeah,
Sanders?
you did. I was like,
oh, my bad.
Bill
Clinton. Sorry, Bill Clinton, and then Tim Walz. Okay. So Cynthia 333 and Belinda Rodriguez, thank you for hitting the join button. Hit some for Jamie Raskin, but don't take the break yet. Oh, okay, then good. Let me read a couple of quick super chats for you guys. Titan says, Jake, my sweet summer child, RFK is elite. He has some views that get him shunned, so he runs to Trump. If he were accepted by the elites with his views, he would be content to maintain the status quo. And others wrote in saying, Jake, are you crazy? Kennedy is not among the elites. But the reality is he has been shunned by his family, the Democratic Party, and the elites. And he has some positions that are not elite. That's why I say that. But good points, guys. All right, now we'll take the break. Come back with Congressman Raskin.
He viciously attacks Democrats and Republicans. His put-downs know no shame. John McCain's military service, Nikki Haley's heritage, women, people with disabilities, trans people, our veterans. He is indiscriminate in his put-downs. His is the politics of smear and fear, not inspiration and elevation. Donald Trump speaks more of American carnage than American compassion. But in America, you can't lead the people if you don't love the people. All the people. Now, our nominees, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, they bring the joy. Think about it. They're descendants of immigrants, shopkeepers, slaves, educators, people who faced pain with perseverance, people who met hate with love. They are the living dreams of their ancestors. But look in this arena, look around you right now. We are all our ancestors' wildest dreams. Generations who faced impossible odds and that responded to every one of their challenges with that classic American creed. Yes, we can.
Hey guys, so that was Cory Booker. Is he still going? If he's still going, no, he's not. Okay.
Tell us
there he
how
is.
bad we are. They want to say that they alone can save us. Well, we know that the power of the people is greater than the people in power. And we're not going to lose our faith. Look, I want everybody in here to let us all say it together. I believe in America. Let me hear you. I believe in America. I believe in America because our elders told us that no matter what the obstacle, like the gospel says, we shall overcome. I believe in America because our soldiers died on beaches and battlefields. They died at sea and in the air so that we could be free today and say together, I believe in America. I believe in America because our fighters fought at Stonewall. Our marchers marched in Selma. Delegates met at Seneca Falls. Every single one of them believed in America, even when America didn't believe in them. Say it with me now. I believe in America because King dared to dream the impossible dream, because Neil Armstrong went to impossible heights, and because when we elect Kamala Harris, there is not a boy or girl in America from any creed, color, or heritage that will ever think being president of the United States is impossible again.
It's tough when we're not in the room to see if it's working or not.
It's too much. It's too repetitive. Like I like the message. Like it's too much. It's too much.
Compassion. I believe in America, where we share common ground and common cause and one common destiny. And let me tell you, if you believe in America, if you love in America, then you will work for America. And when we work together, when we stand together, when we organize together, when we vote together. I will tell you this, when we fight, we win.
Okay, so he's working two themes that I like, although I don't think he worked them particularly well. One is in the campaign, they're emphasizing USA, USA. We're the patriots. They're taking the idea of America back, the American flag back, USA back. And so that's why the placards already say USA, already say believe in America.
Yeah.
So that's a good theme, and I love that the Democrats are doing it.
Yes, I agree. I totally agree. I want to feel pride in our country, and I feel like, Republicans have kind of taken on that branding, and it bothered me because I want to feel pride. I want to feel patriotic, right? I want to love my country.
Yeah.
And I do love my country. So this is good. I like the message, the execution, too repetitive.
Yeah, and then one last thing. If you notice, he said at the end, when we fight, we win. And that's in a lot of the placards. That's another great thing that Kamala Harris is doing. Because in the past, it was don't fight, be civil, lose politely, right? Now they're putting on placards. When we fight, we win. How many times have we asked them to fight?
Oh, you love that, and
right?
Especially you, you're so obsessed with that message and actually doing it. So,
and by the way, I fought for that message, and then apparently I won.
You might be a secret advisor.
Yeah, look, they're doing Operation Joy. Their placards say when we fight, we win. They're doing economic populism. Pick Tim Walz. As we learned today, top progressive economic populist advisors. So when we fought, guys, as Young Turks all together, it looks like we might have accidentally won, right?
We might be winning, yeah.
Yeah, and so look, the reason I say accidentally, jokingly, and why Anna says maybe is because you don't win until the bills pass.
Exactly.
Right.
This is the election cycle. We're going to hear a lot of promises. So.
Right. Having said that, I'd rather hear positive promises than none at all or going in the wrong direction. So it is really a good day in America. All right, let's listen in a little bit to Representative Escobar.
As it is with challenges, all Republicans have to offer is demonization and bluster. Democrats have solutions. With Kamala Harris as president, we can live up to the promise of America. We can strengthen legal pathways to immigration. We can secure our borders, and we can treat with dignity those who seek a better future within them.
Okay. I'm going to read some names real quick. Kay Siggy. K's 1, 2, 3, 4, she's green 1, Don Quixote, Burbs, Sadako 2023, Krausman 2000, and Mama 89. You guys are beautiful people. I appreciate you. Thank you for your donations at tyt.com/DNC. So here we go. Jamie Raskin's here. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Okay. Hi. All right, back at the DNC, Cenk Uygur, Kasparian, and Congressman Jamie Raskin. Congressman, great to have you.
It's great to be with you, Cenk.
All right, we saw your speech the other night. We covered it live.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, amazing. It was amazing. By the way, we did a poll of our audience, thousands of votes, and you got the speech of the night.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, on Monday.
Well, you obviously have very scrupulous and discerning listeners in your audience. I appreciate that.
So now I'll turn that into a real question, which is, so I saw not only you attacking Trump in a way that I thought was very effective, and that was incredibly relieved to see. You pointed out some things that, you know what, I'm going to go a little longer here. Because some of the things that you pointed out, I'm like, please, somebody say he lost 60 cases in a row. Somebody say it was 80 judges. Somebody talk about hang Mike Pence. He tried to murder his own vice president, right? Not him himself, right? But when he was told that his supporters were doing it, he basically said, I don't mind.
Well, he sent another tweet out saying that Mike Pence did not have the courage to do what needed to be done.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to stay on that. Sorry, I'll come back to the theme of the convention, which is what I was going to ask you about. But to me, it's remarkable that that's not a thing that people talk about more. I mean, the idea that, according to Mark Meadows, his own chief of staff, when he was notified, your supporters are trying to murder your vice president, and he said that he didn't mind. How could that guy be running for president? How could every question not be about that?
Everything that Donald Trump has said about the storming of the Capitol and the specific attack on Mike Pence has been in the spirit of he had it coming to him. He'd been forewarned. And it was all because Pence refused to obey Donald Trump's orders that he step outside of his constitutional role and unilaterally assert the authority to extinguish electoral college votes and so-called return them to the state legislatures. The 12th Amendment says if there's not a majority at the moment of the counting of the electoral votes in joint session with Congress, immediately the House of Representatives resolves into a contingent election and votes. And they knew they would win that because there we're not voting one member, one vote, which Biden would have won, but rather one state, one vote. And they knew that they had 27 states and we had 22 states, and Pennsylvania was divided 9-9. So the whole effort was to kick it into the House of Representatives by getting Pence to falsely declare there was something wrong with the electors and then blow the whole thing up.
Yeah, I one more thing about that, then we'll come back to the theme of Sarah, is that I'm curious why the entire Democratic Party didn't use the word coup from day one and over again. Because to me, the riot is less of a problem than the fake elector scheme, because that leads to what you just explained, where they would actually literally reverse the results of the election, and there was a pathway to do it, and that is a coup.
Yes. Well, there were 3 levels of sedition taking place on January 6th. There was the mass riot from the mob, which Donald Trump summoned to Washington. Be there, will be wild. And some people came ready to fight with weapons and arms and guns and so on. There was a middle level, which is what I call the level of the insurrection, which was the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the 3 Percenters, the Ku Klux Klan, various religious cults. They were ready to storm the Capitol, and they were going to give bloody instructions to the mob as to what to do, but they had an organized plan to hit the police, to trample the police, and to get in. And then the very inside level, as you were saying, Cenk, was the level of the political coup to try to get Pence to rebuff the electoral college votes from the states, kick it into the House for a contingent election, then have Trump declared the president, have him invoke the Insurrection Act and declare martial law, and then finally call out the National Guard, which Trump had withheld all day, to put down the insurrectionary chaos they used against us. So, number one, it was a very complicated series of events because there was complicated strategy and there was also the general madness of Donald Trump at work, but also we were careful to use the word insurrection also because that's the constitutional language. It says, in Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, for example, anybody who swears an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution who violates it by engaging in insurrection or rebellion shall never be allowed to hold federal or state office again.
Congressman Raskin, can you talk a little bit about what Congress did following that coup attempt in order to mitigate the possibility of Trump or someone else attempting similar stunts in the future?
Well, the future at that point was January the 20th. It was just 2 weeks away because it happened on January 6th. And you'll recall a lot of the violent extremist groups were hanging around in Washington. And then we're going to make another play on January 20th during the inauguration of Joe Biden. But of course, it was much better fortified at that point, and we were ready for them. But that's really what the January 6th hearings were about. And we have a whole set of recommendations about how to fortify American constitutional democracy against future coups and insurrections. Although I've got to say, the one thing which I think was left out that was critically important was, I think the Electoral College itself is a danger to us. I mean, we never would have been in a joint session if we didn't have this extremely antiquated and obsolete architecture with meeting in the states, in the state capitals, and then the governors issuing certificates of ascertainment, and then the Congress meeting in joint session, and so on. All of that's unnecessary. It's 2024. Let's elect the president the way we elect governors and representatives and senators and mayors. Whoever gets the most votes wins.
So popular vote.
Yeah, but we don't need some 18th century system because they didn't have a national communication structure or national transportation structure. So that's why they had to go through all these different steps.
So, Congressman Raskin, after the Kamala Harris and Tim Walz win, I want to come back to the issue of the Electoral College because it never gets solved. But for now, I had one last question in regards to how all this has been handled. And so they try this, and now people are worried. Wait a minute, if it's a close election, are they going to try again? Now, I know we put some guardrails in Congress, and you can talk about that. But a lot of folks are saying, if it goes to the Supreme Court, and so, for example, in the popular press and media, Charlamagne the God talks about this a lot, and he's asking, what do we do? I mean, it's 6-3, the Supreme Court. Can they, in essence, cheat again and have the court declare him the winner, even if he didn't win the Electoral College?
Well, that's exactly the right question. Remember, there are no rules, there are no laws, and there are no constitutions that can stop fascists and stop violent coups and insurrections, because those people aren't working by the rules and working by the regulations. But we need to do whatever we can to improve the structure of rules and the constitutional system to withstand as much as possible violent assault from the outside. But what you're talking about is, how do we solidify popular fervor and popular resolve to defend democratic constitutionalism against all enemies, foreign and domestic? And that's happening today and all week in Chicago. It's happening in every state and every city across the country. People are waking up to the threat of authoritarianism, and people are saying, in the words that break out every time there's a momentary respite here, we won't go back. That's what this is about. We will not go back to violent insurrection, voter suppression, and these attacks on democracy.
So that's the strategy, is to win the election, of course, right? But if it's close and it goes to the Supreme Court, do we have any safeguards or no?
There's so many different kinds of things that can go wrong and so many different kinds of ways they can cheat. We've got the best army of lawyers in America, led by Mark Elias, a litigator who was presiding over most of those 60 cases where we shut down mega attacks on the electoral process in 2020, right? We have a definitive proof that it was a free and fair election and there was no electoral corruption or electoral fraud, because the court said that, including a dozen judges who'd been nominated to the bench by Donald Trump himself.
Yeah. Okay, so now back to the tenor of the convention. So there's two themes that we see over and over again. There's a bunch of other ones, like bringing back the idea of patriotism to the Democratic Party, and that's beautiful. But the two major ones are, we're no longer going high when they're going low. Like you see significant attacks, even from Michelle Obama, who originally said that comment, and Barack Obama, et cetera. But that is a relief to me, because we're actually, prosecuting the case.
Yes.
We're actually making an affirmative case against them. But at the same time, there's this, on the Young Turks, we started something called Operation Joy about half a year ago. And it feels like the Harris team has Operation Joy, right? And so this idea of like, let's be happy warriors. And those are two themes that people keep coming back to in the speeches. Obviously, that's on purpose. So tell us about that, behind those decisions.
First of all, those are the same theme, right? The first one is we will go high in terms of our aspirations and our public ambitions for what America's going to be like in terms of universal pre-K, education for everyone, real voting rights for everybody, women's rights to choose. We will go high in terms of our values and our policies, but we will not let them get away with anything rhetorically or tactically in the daily combat of politics. And the post-Donald Trump Democratic Party is a very different party from the pre-Donald Trump Democratic Party. We've lived through the corruption. We've lived through the violent assaults. We've lived through the insurrection and coups, and we're not taking it. I mean, you see the way that my happy band of warriors fights on the oversight committee, people like Jasmine Crockett and AOC, and all of the young people that we've recruited to the oversight committee, they fight every step along the way, and I do too, against Marjorie Taylor Greene, who some people call a perjury trader queen, not me, but
people are saying,
Lauren Boebert, Matt Gaetz, they call him Matt Hates. I wouldn't do that myself, but we don't take anything from those people because we know their goal is to destroy our democracy, and it's too serious. But at the same time, we are fighting for the real agenda of change that America needs. And so that's a joyful combination of commitments we have, that we are fighting in the medium term and the long term for everything that we've already gotten done and will get done, like infrastructure investment, like dramatically lowering prescription drug prices. I had constituents paying $600 for their insulin shots as diabetics. That's capped at $35 now a month, and $2,000 a year for total prescription drug costs for anybody in the Medicare program. We can be joyful about the fact that we're succeeding on that kind of thing, and also about the fact that they're not going to be able to mess with any of our members. And we shut them down rhetorically at every turn in the Oversight Committee. And I went on Fox News with Chairman Comer the other day, and they asked how he was doing. I said, I think he's doing a magnificent job of exonerating Donald Trump of every false charge that the Republicans have brought against him.
Oh, Joe Biden.
Of every false charge they brought against Joe Biden. They've been trying to impeach Biden. I said they've done a great job exonerating him.
And he did. I mean, they constantly no evidence.
Well, we're not letting them get away with anything. And Donald Trump is, just a clown and a troll and a bully. And behind every bully is a coward. And now his essential cowardice is beginning to show. It's like the emperor's got no clothes, right? The emperor's new clothes. Suddenly he's looking disrobed and naked. And the party of democracy and freedom is on the move. And we're going to keep up this spirit and momentum. It's going to accelerate over the next several months.
I'm going to ask a quick question about that, because we've been asking the Democratic Party to fight back for about 20 years now in the Young Turks, right? 22 years straight. Please fight back. And now when I see the placards that say, when we fight, we win, I'm like, yes, finally.
Yeah.
This seems to be, to me, it's like elementary fundamental politics, but it was missing from the Democratic Party for about 2 decades at least, right? Yeah. And you said post-Trump, there's a new Democratic Party. I'm curious, because Biden was barely doing that. When Kamala Harris and Walz took over, they started doing that much more aggressively, and you're seeing at the convention.
I mean, look,
did someone make that decision? The party make that decision?
This has been developing, I see it again in the members on my committee, like, Robert Garcia. I mean, he's a fighter. I see it from Jerry Connolly. I see it from everybody in my committee. They don't let, we don't start these fights, but the minute they do, we finish the fight, because we've got a proud record to stand on. They are a cult of authoritarian personality. Donald Trump runs their lives. I say to the Republicans, when we get through this period, when we beat you, and we're going to beat them, they're going to be fit only for selling flowers and incense at Dulles Airport because they're acting like members of a religious cult who sleep on the basement floor listening to tapes of Donald Trump all night.
But ironically, you might actually liberate them because they're kind of hostages of Donald Trump in a sense. Like none of those guys in Congress who are Republicans actually like Donald Trump.
Yeah.
They're all pretending to like him because of the base. And so when he's gone, if Kamala Harris dispatches him, then they might actually be like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, but that's true of every religious cult. I mean, the people who are in the Church of Scientology, when they're cleaning Tom Cruise's yacht with a toothbrush or whatever they got to do for punishment, they're cursing David Miscavige, the head of the whole thing, but they're terrified of him. And, it's time for Americans to stop being afraid of the bullies who are really cowards. And that's what this is all about.
Okay, I'm going to jump in now. I love that we're having a very happy moment here, but I'm going to ask something a little more provocative. So assuming Kamala Harris wins, assuming it's a great situation, Democrats have a majority in the House and the Senate, I've noticed that it's not just Republicans. It turns out that there are Democrats who kind of stand in the way of passing incredibly important, robust economic policies that, Biden, for instance, ran on. The two individuals who really stood in the way of Biden's agenda were Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin. Now, luckily, both of them will be gone.
But not luckily. That's not a coincidence. That's because of the nature of the Democratic Party today. We are a fighting progressive party. And Kyrsten Sinema, she made her peace. She wanted to do something different. Joe Manchin was, he chickened out. He didn't want to run for Senate. He shouldn't have done that. We could use him running for Senate. Now, that's too bad. Then he said he was going to run for president, but he realized there was no real support for him because he abandoned President Biden at a number of critical points.
I think that's sent a message to other corporate Democrats who typically would want to stand in the way of passing robust economic policies.
I just don't know anybody who fits the bill. If you look at who's running for the U.S. Senate, like in my state, we've got Angela also Brooks, who's terrific. There's nobody running for the Senate out there who would ever try to fill the shoes of Joe Manchin or Kyrsten Sinema. And you're not going to see that anymore in the Democrats.
Do you think that, would you be willing to publicly fight one of your own colleagues in order to get that legislation done?
Well, yeah, I mean, of course we fight for what it is we believe in, but, I think that this is a party which stands for the working people, and it stands for the common man and the common woman. And that's what this is all about, democracy and freedom. And, we have lots of great business people who are in the Democratic Party, but none of them wants a business to run the rest of society the way that Donald Trump wants to be able to run the rest of society because he's a billionaire or thinks he's a billionaire or whatever. Like, this is not a plutocrat party. This is the Democratic Party. And so they are the party now of the autocrats in Moscow, the plutocrats and kleptocrats in Mar-a-Lago, and the theocrats with MAGA. That's their little coalition, and it's shrinking and it's shriveling away.
Yeah, so we're out of time, but I just want to say, look, proof's always in the pudding, right? These economically populist proposals by Kamala Harris are amazing. Tim Walz's selection was amazing. And so a lot of positive direction. But of course, Jamie, as I know you would agree, we got to pass these bills.
Yes.
If we don't pass these bills, then we didn't get anything done.
Yes.
Right?
We got to win the election, and then we got to pass the bills, and we got to keep moving forward for America. And we are the party of democracy and freedom and progress. We're the party that believes in democracy, which means the government must be an instrument of the common good and not their vision, which is the government is the instrument for private self-enrichment for the guy who gets in and his family and his corporations.
Yep. So guys, not only is Jamie Raskin good in the ways that you see visibly publicly, but I'm here to tell you the reason that you see me complimenting him all the time is because behind the scenes, he's one of the most genuine people I've ever met in politics. I remember when you were a state senator and I came in to talk to you about Wolfpack and getting money out of politics. And Jamie championed that in Maryland when he was in the state legislature. And so he's been real all along, and we really appreciate you, Congressman.
Thanks for having me, you guys. Thanks for doing such a great job. Please keep it up. Hang tough.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll be right back, guys. Senator Nina Turner coming up next. All right, back at the Young Turks on at the DNC, and all of a sudden, Senator Nina Turner. All right, we love it. All right, Nina, first, excellent outfit. Let's just keep it real.
Thank you.
Okay. I love it. I love the flares. So all of a sudden, Tim Walz, kind of an economic populist plan, right? What's going on here? Do we kind of love this?
We do. I feel like we're in a multiverse a little bit.
Yeah, right. All of a sudden we skipped multiverse.
Yeah, we did skip multiverses. I mean, I think it is a good pick. I think you were on the same page, but my other person was Bashir, Governor Bashir, Andy Bashir, in Kentucky. I thought was a good choice. I know you had some other choices too, but
we had a lot of good choices.
To have Governor Walz is a beautiful thing. And he has proven through his work as an executive how to make populism work in the great state of Minnesota.
Yeah, so Nina, we had Adam Green on the show from PCCC, and he says now the Democrats are listening to the polling we're giving them on progressive proposals being really popular.
Yeah.
Okay, right, and then we have Representative Jamie Raskin on talking about now we're in a fighting spirit. I mean, no one likes fighting more than me and you.
I know, that's right.
Right,
Yes.
And he said, look, this is beginning to be a new Democratic Party where we are actually trying to do these bills and be economic populists in a sense. Is there something, are they actually changing? Like, because what a lot of people wonder and I wonder is this real or is this politics?
Memorex, I don't know. Just dated myself by saying, is this real or Memorex?
Totally.
You got Gen Z's talking about what the hell is Memorex? Google it. I don't know, Cenk. I am holding out hope as I know that you are. And I think a lot on the progressive side of the Democratic ledger are holding out hope. They want the Harris-Walz ticket to be that ticket that is finally going to do something materially to lift poor and working class people in this country. I say we have to just give them a chance to see if they will, in fact, do it.
Yeah, I totally agree. So I'm curious about the reaction to you in particular, because, for me, for example, sometimes I get sly looks like kind of skeptical, right? But there's also been, more inclusive and a little bit more accepting. So I got a little bit of a mixed reaction, but I've been so hard against Biden, right? So that's a little bit.
I have too.
Yeah, and that's true.
Both that.
Yeah.
We weren't hard against some person. We're saying do something with the power you have. Increase the federal minimum wage. Don't blame it on the parliamentarian.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Why stop the rail workers from striking when you can stare down them bosses at first and say you give them some paid sick time? So it's things like that. Why let the Senator Manchin from West Virginia and Sinema from Arizona have all the fun and block everything that you're doing? Put the stick on them.
Yeah.
So we were just trying to lift. When you have power, you got to use it. And that's something Republicans know how to do.
And that's the big TBD here, right? If they win, are they actually going to use that power? Are they going to actually? But what I'm curious about, because it might be a harbinger of things to come, is how are you received here? Because if they're still looking at you askance and looking at you skeptical, then I'm a little worried, right? Are they being a little bit more inclusive or no?
When you say they, I don't.
Yeah, no, you're right. Because there's a giant range of people. Right.
I will say that something happened today in Ohio delegation breakfast that's really blew my mind. My opponent, the current congresswoman from the Ohio 11th district, was giving a speech this morning at breakfast. And before she ended her speech, she said something to the effect that, I want to recognize somebody who's a fierce competitor, Senator Nina Turner. The room stopped. That happened this morning. So if that's an example, the room literally stopped. You could hear a pin drop. And we were side by side on the stage, holding up the hands. And it was a moment. I'm still trying to take it in because what happened in that race, Cenk. You were by my side for both races. People tried to politically kill me just for standing up for what is right. So if that's just one example, and it happened really spontaneously, and it meant something to a lot of people, especially the people from Cleveland.
Okay, first of all, asked and answered, because that is exactly what I was asking.
Yeah.
And so that is a giant change. And I wonder if it was spontaneous or if the memo has gone out welcome people back into the fold.
Yes.
Stop fighting progressives.
Right, stop fighting us. Why do that? We can disagree on issues, but you don't have, I mean, look at the number of Republicans who have spoken here, which I don't care one way or the other. It's not gonna move anybody in this arena. Now, it might move the needle on independence, but neoliberal type Democrats have more love for Republicans than they do for progressives. And it makes no sense because we are on the right side. We are on the side of the people. I'm not saying we're perfect, but poll after poll, Cenk, poll after poll lines up with the progressive agenda.
Yeah.
It's the American people's agenda. That's what we should call it.
Yeah, Nina, I'm starting to wonder, I mean, is this Kamala Harris? Is it because somebody's making decisions? And obviously she's at the top, she gets the credit no matter what because you're the executive, right?
That's right.
Right. So, but who else, let's put it that way, who else is taking the party in this new direction? Because I almost can't believe it.
I know.
Right? Because your story is kind of a capper to it. As we see them, in the beginning I was skeptical because I'm like, you're telling me you're gonna go in that direction, but I've seen this movie 100 times, right? But then you pick Tim Walz and I'm like, well, that's real, that's your VP, right? And then they put that out the proposals and I'm like, wait a minute, those are real, those are pretty good. I mean, obviously I've passed them, right? But the fact that they're welcoming to you is a sign, it's a symbol, right? And so I wouldn't even know how to react if the Democratic Party wasn't fighting progressives, right?
I think they're still gonna fight us. We will see if this will last past the convention. That will be the true test. I am disappointed, however, in those out in the atmosphere telling voters don't ask questions, don't ask for anything. Like there's this, don't, just let them win. No, this is a transaction. Voters should get something for their vote, which is a social contract. And voters have a right to ask questions of any nominee, whether they're independent, Republican, or Democrat. This is a job interview, Cenk. I want our viewers to understand this is a job interview. It's not a victory lap.
Yeah.
So that would be just like you interviewing me, and I'm gonna tell you what for as the manager, and I'm trying to get the job. Some of these gatekeepers want to tell everyday people that they don't have a right to ask a question. If they ask a question, they're empowering Trump. Nothing can be further from the truth. And also something that is just boiling my blood is those who are really particularly asking the Black community not to ask for a Black agenda. Now I want our movement to understand this. I'm inviting you into the barbecue. You have some Black leaders telling the Black community not to ask for anything. Let her win. No, the time to ask for stuff is before.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Before I marry you, I need to know how I'm gonna be treated. Not after.
Yeah.
So voters of all stripes, though, have a right to ask questions, to see policy, Cenk, and that is in no way trying to empower Trump. And you remember, we were calling for primaries. Remember that?
Yeah.
And they called us to spawn we were on Trump's payroll.
Yeah. What
Fast
happened
forward, they get to push the current president totally out of because they telling a different story now, but they push that man out.
Yeah.
Let me be respectful. They push President Biden out.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, look, I helped them push. So but when you did it, but when you talked about it in the context of a perfectly normal primary, right? Look, I know almost everybody knows, but of course, Tina Turner was one of the chairs of Bernie Sanders' campaign in 2016 and 2020. So Bernie Sanders and Biden are in a big heated primary. You guys are fighting them in a very normal way within the primary. In fact, I would say, and I did say, like too muted, like I would have attacked more, right?
No, you would tell me that. What are you guys doing over there?
Yeah, keep attacking, right? More.
Yeah.
And so you guys run a very respectful campaign, in my opinion, and they fall on you like a ton of bricks, right? So, and then Nancy Pelosi pushes Biden out.
Right, it's totally fine.
It's totally fine.
I didn't try to push the man out of office. I just said when I asked the choice between him and Trump, and I was really referring to policy, I used some colorful language. That language was police. It was used against me, as you know, when I ran. I'm not the right kind of Democrat. I'm not loyal. I'm not gonna do right by Biden and all that. I mean, I'm supposed to serve the people I'm running to serve, not who's the president of the United States of America. But you fast forward to 2024, and the owner donors get a little antsy after the first debate, saying we're gonna hold back President Biden's money. He ain't getting no more money unless he gets out the race. And then all of a sudden, Speaker Pelosi and all kinds of Congress members, they get a little courage because the donor said he had to go. and nothing. They're not critiqued at all.
Yeah, that's good.
Why?
Yeah. All right, I do want to ask you because you said, hey, listen, black voters should ask
for something.
So what should they ask?
We definitely need reparations. I know that is something that has been pushed for many generations. We should continue to push for that, both cash payments and programmatic things from the government. Universal health care is a Black issue. It's an issue for everybody, every human. Paid family medical leave, dealing with the maternal death rates of Black mothers, investments in education. It really is the things that most Americans need. But to me, the liberation of the working class writ large is tied to Black liberation. The March on Washington in the 60s, people leave out jobs. It was civil rights, but it was silver rights too. It was jobs. And so if we look at all the great social, political, economic movements in this country, most of the ones that turn the tide towards justice have been rooted in Black liberation.
Yep. And in that era, they also asked for a budget that would set them free.
That's it, right? The freedom budget for all Americans. Asa Philip Randolph, I'm glad you brought that up. Asa Philip Randolph, Bayard Rustin, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and a whole host of people that I'm leaving out. But Asa Philip Randolph had a vision. He was drawing upon FDR's 4 freedoms. And the freedom he targeted was the freedom from want. And he understood that Black people were suffering disproportionately. But in order to get a liberation agenda, you got to say freedom budget for all Americans. And you know what was number 1 on that list, Jake? You know, abolish poverty. How about that?
So, and by the way, that there's a reason why it was called the freedom budget, and there's a reason why I framed it as getting to setting people free, right? Because in order to be free, you've got to have the economic power.
That's it.
To be able to execute that freedom, to be able to do things in the world and not be constrained into the situation. Honestly, all of us find ourselves in now.
50% of Americans are saying they live paycheck to paycheck. FDR said necessitous men are not free. Now I'm saying it the way he said it. Please, gender folks, don't. He's saying necessitous, if you are always in need, you're not free. Like FDR fully understood that. And that's why the second economic Bill of Rights, what we call the 21st century economic Bill of Rights, is so important. We need to push for those things, Jake. And hopefully this team will do just that. But we got to push them. We can't sit back. Don't fall in love with these folks. Make a demand.
Yeah, you vote for
them, but make a demand.
And then say, remember what you promised, and this is what we want.
And if they don't do it, Jane, what should we do?
But put pressure on them, hold them accountable. And hey, look, they have it on the placards. When we fight, we win.
Hey, that's what they said.
And you know what? I'm gonna keep some of these placards.
Yes, because we're gonna have to use it.
That's right.
We're gonna have to use it.
That's right.
But change happens not because people usually at the top get some big epiphany. We need to remind our viewers that the kind of deep-seated material change that we're talking about happens when everyday ordinary people feel a little extra on their ordinary.
Yep, and last thing is, look, I love the way you're framing it because even though, yes, African Americans are disproportionately affected on the issues of poverty and socioeconomic conditions, et cetera. But when African Americans push on behalf of the whole country, right? And say, this is not just for us, this is for everybody.
This is
and the second thing is, you know, that I love about that is it flips the white savior theme, right?
That's right.
That archetype. Now, African Americans are saying, let us set the country free.
Jane, you better talk about that. Let us set the country free. You heard it first here on TYT, baby.
All right. Senator Nina Turner, apparently back in good graces. So, okay.
Hey, we will see.
We'll see.
Don't get too excited. We will see.
All right, it's a new day in America. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you. Such a pleasure.
All right, guys, we're going to come right back.
Are you ready? Mowski, are you ready?
I'm ready, Steve.
Kansas, are you ready?
All right, ready, everybody. Clap your hands like this. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap. Now somebody scream. Here we go. Are y'all ready? to y'all, but from back, Nebraska was getting down. Stevie's song is powerful, but so was his words. He said courage over complacency. He gave us a call in his remarks. But now I gotta tell you, the party is gonna keep going. We're just getting started, y'all. And this is a segment that I am very, very excited about, because it might be Wednesday night and we might be in Chicago, but it's starting to feel like something I've wanted to say my whole life. Live from New York, it's Saturday night. Please welcome Kenan Thompson.
Y'all remember this big old book from before?
Welcome back, one and all. The old guard is gone. The new guard is here. Mondale is here in the flesh. We're sitting next to each other, which has not happened in a very long time. But we got a chance to catch up a little bit. Convention thoughts. Go. What do you got?
It is the most expensive and beautifulest pep rally I've ever been in. I think, in all honesty, this energy, this vibe wouldn't have happened under Biden's administration.
What do you think it would have been like?
I think it would have been more about business. People would have been understanding that they have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
There's probably been a lot less people here because they would have been trying to figure out their field programs.
Yeah.
And how they were going to save democracy.
You know, it's interesting because you sort of talked about, like, in terms of the raw organization, we think the RNC might have run a tighter ship. Do you think that had it still been Biden, that maybe there wouldn't be those problems? It'd be more of a focus on that sort of thing?
Yeah, I think I like the idea. What people are complaining about, like the less organized this conference is, speaks to how much and how many pieces are still moving, how many people want to be a part of it. So I think part of that changing has a lot to do with this person said yes at the last minute.
Yeah, that's
people being asked at the last minute, right? And I love that. I was at a event last night where someone said they were the lead talent, and they had just got a phone call the night before, and they flew. So they flew to Chicago to do that, to perform, and it turned out to be a $700,000 fundraiser.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so consequential last minute decision. No, that's awesome. Yeah, and look, it's easy as an outsider to forget they did totally switch up the candidate a couple of weeks ago, and it was probably the easiest transition that it could have been. it being to Harris. Gavin Newsom, then the entire infrastructure is different, but it's still a massive endeavor. And so maybe we're still seeing the ripples come off of that.
I think we're going to see the ripples of that for a long time. I mean, also, we're seeing the ripples of the fact that we've not had Biden, Bush, or Clinton's name on a ticket for 50 years like this in this space. So it is massive, right? So I think we have a lot of new people that are finding their ways. We have new posters, for instance, that are now being sucked in to the Kamala train that were not a part of the Biden's team. And they're putting out information, trying to do their presentation. We're going to see a lot of stumbles that we've not seen. But I expect that, and I like that. That's the messiness in democracy I like, not the other type of messiness, where people are making love to couches.
Making love to couches, making war to the Capitol. Either don't do that. If you have to do one of the two, do the couch. You can always replace the couch. You can put on a slipcover. But anyway, so we're gonna be responding to speeches, and we're also gonna be responding to someone that you talked to. But so far, what's your read on like the people they've chosen to have speak, the things they've focused on, like compared to your expectations, the sort of convention that you'd want? What do you think so far?
So I mean, as a political junkie, I think they've nailed it as it pertains to the convention. Like you had everybody. You talk the white dudes. This is white dude night. That's what I call it. Wednesday's white dude night. So
it is,
all of the white dudes for Kamala will be on the show, right? You already had the legacy, Joe Biden and Obama night, right? So I think they're doing that. And then they also brought in a new blood. We saw the playoff of the bleach blonde bad built body. We saw the playoff of that in something new that I can't even pretend to say villainous, whatever.
Violate the voters' vision of something.
Right.
I don't know.
So we see the new blood being welcomed in, the young folks being asked to speak. But I also, beyond what's happening on stage, what's happening, who is in charge of events around DNC sponsored events around the city of Chicago speaks to what elements that they're trying to tackle and touch. And I think they've done a good job of that. Now, as the man who runs Black Male Voter Project, I can name a million flaws in what's going on at this convention as it pertains to expanding the election. It looks a lot like what's traditional. The people, the consultant class, the same vultures that I have a problem with are starting to suck their teeth into this campaign.
Yeah.
And I see it already. And that to me is scary because that is a losing strategy.
Yeah.
Scary. People talking about John Sargent. I was in a conversation the other day and I screamed and walked away because people are already bragging about we're going to win by a landslide. Let me remind you, this is America and what happened in 2016.
No, I am perfectly okay with people bragging about having won in a landslide.
Right.
It should be in the past tense.
Absolutely.
100%. You know who was bragging about winning in a landslide like 1 month ago? The Republicans. Things change
quickly.
So don't get ahead of yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no need to go back to 2016. We can just look at last month.
100%. And 2020 was super close too. It's gonna be close.
Absolutely.
For a long time. It's just gonna be close. Work hard, okay? And don't give up. And I like that at least Harris and Walz in their speeches are stressing that.
Yes.
But then that's good for getting to the voters. But the organization needs to have baked into it that this is going to be tight. Don't give an inch.
Yeah. I think she cannot be talking about Kamala Harris cannot be the only person saying her team to reporters on the pushback when she's like, what do you feel about Black men not supporting you? She's like, we can't, as Democrats, we can't expect that Black men are supposed to automatically fall in line. Yeah. She can't be the only person that feel that way. And it seems like that right now when the consultant class are still saying, pointing their finger at Black men or pushing narratives that aren't real, aren't grounded in facts, i.e. Black men won't support Black women when we already know that has no roots, no historical facts.
Yeah. Well, in a moment, we're gonna go to you talking to at least one Black man who's not supporting this particular Black woman. So we're gonna get to that in just a sec. Before that though, I do wanna thank those who are contributing to our fundraiser for us being here and hopefully being able to go home. Maybe we'll have a ticket home. Maybe I live here now, I don't know. But you can determine it by going to tyt.com/DNC. Thank you to all of you who have donated a lot so far today. I really do appreciate that. Thank you to Amberjack and Revolution Row, Nikki Mama, very generous Nikki Mama, K3 Combs, of course, Sun Cruiser, Marboy, Scott H. Sage, again, very generous donation, the Noel Star and Sober BR. Thank you to all of you for contributing and supporting us. A lot of you support us in a lot of different ways. This is one particular way. And right now, we really do appreciate it. So thank you. And with that, why don't we talk about, we've all been mixing it up and meeting people and like getting to see you in person was a big thrill. And Nina Turner, and I got to meet Bridget Todd in person for the first time. You had a run in with an individual. Why don't we play a little bit of that?
So thirsty. It's not my fault they want to talk to me, man.
Okay, so that is Byron Donalds. That is not footage from the RNC. He's here for some reason. I'm assuming he's gonna be on Fox News or whatever, but tell us about that.
So listen, the reason the run-in, I want to talk to the people, John.
Okay.
The problem is I said to Byron Donaldson, you're so thirsty. And what I meant by that is his response is, I'm jealous because the cameras are following him. This is the problem with Byron Donaldson. He is so out of touch with what's going on around him. The reason I call him thirsty is because he believes, because he's married to a white woman, that he has to discount everything that black people are suffering through. He believes that black men were better off doing segregation than we are right now. That's why I call him thirsty. And also, you're a Republican. Why are you at the DNC other than to do exactly what you were doing? Stroll through here with your painted hair as if you were doing something right.
If he didn't like you saying thirsty, I don't think he's gonna like some of that other stuff either.
Yeah,
so
I have this problem with him every time I see him.
Yeah.
He's at the CBC events because secretly he wants to be a Democrat.
Yeah,
he wants to be a part of the in crowd. He knows he's selling his soul to sit over there on hot coals with Donald Trump.
Yeah,
he understands. There are people in his life that tells him it is ridiculous to say that black people were better off doing segregation. Right? I don't know the state of his parents, but if they're alive, I know they're pissed at him. And if they're not, I know they're pissed at him. So let's just be clear. It is not okay to pretend that black people aren't suffering.
Yeah.
And what they won't show you is the unedited versions of those cigar tours he was doing when black people were checking him when he was saying this.
I haven't seen that.
Exactly. They would never play the ones where black men were saying, this is a dumb idea. This is a stupid thing for a black man to say.
That is fascinating. You know, for people, obviously don't click away from this coverage, but we had Garrison Hayes from Mother Jones on TDR this morning, and he did a video essay about his interviews with black members of MAGA at the RNC. It's very fascinating. So definitely at some point, check that out, but not right now, okay? Because I think we have a speech, actually. I think Hakeem Jeffries is speaking. Why don't we go to a little bit of that and we'll give you our thoughts. No, we don't? Okay. Well, Mindy Kaling. That is so much better. No, I'm kidding.
They look alike.
It's easy to mix them up. Do we have Mindy Kaling? Okay, now we have Hakeem Jeffries. Okay, I'm not hearing it yet. Now I want to know what Mindy Kaling said.
I know. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege as a Brooklynite, New Yorker, and as an American to stand before you today and unequivocally express my support for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to be the next president and vice president of the United States of America. Over the last few years, House Democrats have been hard at work, and we could not have asked for a better leader to partner with than President Joseph Robinette Biden, who will go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. Last month, President Biden selflessly passed the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is ready, willing, and able to fight for the people. Kamala Harris is a courageous leader, a compassionate leader, and a common sense leader who will deliver real results for everyday Americans. Kamala Harris is fighting for our freedom. Kamala Harris is fighting for our families. Kamala Harris is fighting for our future. Together, let's make Kamala Harris the 47th President of the United States of America.
Bear in mind, we can't hear the cheers, and it does seem like people are cheering.
Great country. When you work hard,
I don't understand this CD song.
you
He is not
deserve to
Malcolm
earn
X
a
and Martin
living
King.
wage.
Kamala Harris
You deserve to
is an
have
American
an
leader.
affordable
There's a
place
singing
Kamala
to
Harris.
call home.
Yeah, it's
You
lyrical.
deserve to educate your children in a great public school that is free from gun violence. And you deserve high quality, affordable health care, and you deserve the chance to one day retire with grace and with dignity. But for far too many people in our great country, They are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. And as a result, the American dream is out of reach. Here's the thing. Extreme MAGA Republicans don't care about everyday Americans. They only care about themselves. Our approach, led by Kamala Harris and Coach Walz, is very different. We care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community. Now, the road ahead will not be easy, which brings me to you-know-who. Donald Trump is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason.
Love this metaphor.
Trump was the mastermind of the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump is a chaos agent who is focused on himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court who destroyed Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block all he wants, but there's no reason for us to ever get back together. Been there, done that. We're not going back. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will always put people over politics. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will lower costs and grow the middle class. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will fix our broken immigration system and secure the border. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will strengthen the relationship between the police and the community. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will continue to combat the climate crisis with the fierce urgency of now. Kamala Harris and House Democrats will protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect working families, protect small businesses, protect the middle class, protect free enterprise, protect our children, protect our seniors, protect our veterans, protect our unions, protect our dreamers, and always protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions.
It's not a protector. Democrats sound very strong. They left out black men and white men. We're a protector.
That's true. Want to divide us. But the Constitution promises equal protection under the law. We are one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Together, let's build a brighter future for our children and our grandchildren. In the Old Testament, book of Psalms, the scripture tells us that weeping may endure during the long night, but joy will come in the morning. Here's how we do it. Strategize on Sunday. Meet the moment on Monday. Take it to them on Tuesday. Work it out on Wednesday. Thank the Lord on Thursday. Fight the power on Friday. Set it off on Saturday. Get a few hours of sleep, wake up the next day, and do it all over again until joy
Cheesy.
comes in the morning.
might appeal to Wisconsin. It's a little bit cheesy. I think. I mean, you know, we got to lock down the swing states.
76 days left. There are only 76 days left. We must continue to speak up. We must continue to show up. We must continue to stand up, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans. And when we do, nothing can stop Kamala Harris from becoming the 47th president of the United States of America. Nothing can stop House Democrats from taking back the majority. Nothing can stop the American people from continuing our march toward a more perfect union. Nothing can stop us. We're all the way up. God bless you. God bless Kamala Harris. May God bless the United States of America.
Okay. Even the best song must come to an end. But anyway, okay. So again, acknowledging we can't hear the audience. Maybe they were really into it. There was some video that seemed to indicate that, but what did you think?
It sounded like red meat, a lot of red meat for the base. And I think knowing that and knowing who's in there on that floor, they probably absolutely all ate it up. The problem with it though is, and I think that maybe this is not a problem. Maybe these conferences really are just for the base and not about expanding. You know who was not protected in all those protections? The people of Gaza. In this moment, I just get that.
I don't think there was even a tangential mention.
Right? Intentionally. We saw it. We heard the paycheck to paycheck reference. That's giving lip service to poor people. I've seen the middle class plan. Okay, I heard about the middle class economic plan, but what are you really going to do for poor people? Poor people are never included in people's platforms. We don't see it. We've not seen it. So this idea that you're talking about paycheck to paycheck, the singy song voice you're trying to use, it all seems like lip service to everybody except for the base because it's red meat for them. And maybe this is what this convention is about. Riling the base up to go back and spend the next 76 days working their ass off to get this candidate elected.
I mean, that's definitely a part of it, but it's also the biggest commercial you're going to have for the candidate. So it shouldn't be the only thing that you're trying to do. You should be trying to grow it. And you're right, there's no direct appeal there to the poor. There's only been a couple of speakers that have really talked about it. But the way that it's basically worked, at least since Obama, is the Democrats don't generally focus on the poor that much. I mean, few politicians do, but even when they do in policy, that's not how they sell it. They sell it as this is a thing that'll help the middle class and maybe it also helps the poor. But I don't know why you can't try to appeal to a group of tens of millions of people who are desperate for assistance.
Right.
It seems strange.
Especially when we know what, 70% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck?
Yeah.
So this idea that we need to not be talking to these people, because I feel like the definition of middle class to me is diluted. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, I don't know how we consider that middle class.
Yeah.
Right? That is scary to me. You are one extreme away from being homeless or worse, right? And I think we should talk about that. I also think that I'm over the extreme MAGA Republican talking point. It just sounds like somebody I don't know, I can't relate to. This is, and no longer are Donald Trump Republicans extreme. They are just that party. And Jeffries continues to refer to them as the extreme MAGA Republicans, as if it's a small group. No, it's all the Republicans that are going along with Donald Trump. There's been the ones that push back on Donald Trump are on the stage here. They're no longer
yeah, that's true. Kinzinger's.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. And I would focus more on talk about the policies that are so out of step with the mainstream. Demonstrate how extreme they are rather than just alluding to it. That said, we have Bill Clinton. He is eventually going to get to that podium and we're going to hear what he's going to have to say.
The next 2 hours will be Bill Clinton trying to
probably
Obama and Joe Biden's speech combined.
He can give a long speech. He can give a long State of the Union.
Thank you. Whoa.
That's pretty good for his age.
Let me ask you something. After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage. And I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. And
I thought I saw Monica out there.
But I love seeing
50 years.
All these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work.
It's freestyle.
He strengthens our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East.
Reference.
And then he did
That's the
something
sort of
really
reference
hard for
we've
a
heard.
politician to do.
Snap.
He voluntarily gave up political power.
Oh, no.
And
They're not going to. I will bet every dollar that I have they will have. And if they do, that's it for them.
George Washington
in the
knew
Democratic
that,
Party.
and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy. And it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden, thank you. And
thank you, John.
He kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to kill the
wow.
To the chase.
Wow.
2 days ago, I
your
turned
tangent.
78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump.
Wow. Damn, oh, that's crazy.
Think about it. He was president like 30 years ago.
Last night is what
pretty
I
young when
thought
he was
was
elected.
a very moving series of episodes. We nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. 2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. 2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life is that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is
I see where he's going with this.
that every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job.
Trump didn't give up. Trump don't want the people to do it.
So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can? We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them. Here are our opportunities, seize them. Here are our fears, ease them. Here are our dreams, help them,
relieve them,
come true. A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people. And the other guy who's proved even more than the first go-around that he's about me, myself, and I. I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams. You know, when she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, how can I help you? Now she's at the pinnacle of power and she's still asking, how can I help you? I will be
definitely contest with Donald Trump. He never worked a job like that in his life.
So happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's.
Yeah, that's good. That's an old school reference. Yeah. He did. A lot of people do. They sell billions.
We got an election to win.
I hear.
And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos, and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And
Trump would never say that.
one of the reasons,
A simple sentiment like that, he'd never think to say it.
It's not in him. This is the guy who sat in front of Christians and said, I've never involved God in like my problems. I've never asked God forgiveness.
No.
one of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, Even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder. But Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes.
I like that. Cheesy. Count both. You count the lies, I'll count the eyes. We'll be good.
His
No, that's a good line.
vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you.
That's the whole thing.
So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size? You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1.
Trump had net negative millions and millions.
Pretty good stuff. It's wonderful stuff. It's an argument for economy.
I'm glad
He just gave them the running.
that we've got a championship winning coach on our team. But even the most limited of us in what we know about football or any other sport knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead.
We get that. We get it.
What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care. That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit. And are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices. We need more financing for small businesses. We need still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face, Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there, the presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter?
That's the first mention of Hannibal Lecter so far at the convention. He'd like to have you over for dinner.
I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought about it, and I don't know what to say.
Prediction goes to Mondale on that one. He's going to say complainer-in-chief.
Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead. She's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president.
White dudes for Kamala now.
As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach, in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school. So, armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. We're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think.
Pep rally.
We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we the people make our union more perfect. So that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids her whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty.
That's good. It's on brand for him, I think.
We got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege. She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserve the right to vote. The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy. But you should never underestimate your adversary. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obamas said so eloquently last night, they are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you.
Obama had a section near the close of his speech that sort of echoed the same idea.
Ask for their help and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say
convention
this
organizers listening to that.
bottom of my heart. I have no idea
We talked about that earlier.
how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no, 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know.
Lord, I'm getting old.
If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you'll be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention the man from hope. We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
Listen, he's still younger than Donald Trump.
That's true. I found that out. And so did Donald Trump, I think.
I think so. And Donald Trump probably disagrees with it. He's probably on Truth Social right now, telling you why it's wrong.
Fake age.
Fake age. But listen, I wrote down explainer in chief, and we talked about that soon before he even said it. I knew he was going to go there, but what he did was live up to that name. We watched a wonderful display of what Democrats need to do in simple terms. The hardest word that he said was curate. He said Donald Trump creates chaos, then curate it as if it's precious art. But after that, he spent the next 40 or so minutes explaining to Democrats how you talk about this election, how to put it in context. And he put it in 5 easy buckets. He said, we limited the the cost of insulin monthly. We created 50 million jobs, they created 1 million. Since the Cold War, you can't talk to me that you're better on the economy when I've created 50 million jobs and your side won. He told them that we need to be doing more to alleviate poverty in this country. Nobody's talking about poverty. Bill Clinton just brought it up. He also brought about temperament, will, and sheer joy, as if it's something you should do. And he partnered with the idea that there's a championship coach, someone who knows how to win, is on the ticket. It's a beautiful way. Then he also threw in for shits and giggle, affordable housing. We need to be fighting for affordable housing. This is all Democrats need to be talking about. I'm tired of hearing about Trump. He wouldn't even say Trump's name at times. He was talking about the opponent or this other guy. And I think that was intentional to slight Trump, like to minimize him, but also to remind the Democrats that your opponent not really is Trump. It's not to make those slips that my wife made or that we lose off of sometimes as Democrats. We get cocky. People in this hallway are already planning their jobs in the White House, and we've not passed one vote.
Yeah, and on that note, again, he was really trying to caution people against that. I think that Obama had some of that too. There is no benefit to cockiness. There's benefit to joy and excitement and hope and faith and all of those things. Those can be good. We should be motivated. We don't want apathy. But decorating your new apartment in DC, you can get to that, okay? I'm sure they've got an IKEA. You don't need to prep it this far in advance. And I like that as you pointed out, he had some sort of foundational achievements that have already been made, some next steps that can be made in different topics, give people something to vote for. They already know they can and should vote against Donald Trump. That's baked into it. Give them something to vote for as well. So, and final point goes to you.
My final point is just that I also like that he said, talk to your neighbors, but call them out when they're wrong. Because he said there's some of those people that are good, and there's also some of them that will do anything to hold on to power, even rig an election.
Exactly.
That's a powerful comment.
Yeah, exactly. And that not all are like that. Obviously, we cannot just wall ourselves off in different communities. But you also don't just totally give up your value system just to placate your neighbor. In any event, we do have to take a short break. There's more to come. Don't go anywhere.
All right, back on the TYT DNC coverage. Cenk Uygur, Mondale Robinson with you guys. So we're gonna go to Nancy Pelosi and Josh Shapiro in a second. But first, hey, we made it to 30,000. Okay, let's keep it going. We're almost there. We'd love to get to 35 by the end of the night so that we can actually get there by tomorrow. Amber Jack 09, Revolution Road, Nikki Mama, K3 Combs, of course, 2024, Sun Cruiser 007, Marboy 80, Scott 8, Sage, the Noel Stars, Sober BR, and Scott H. Sage. Again, you guys are wonderfully generous, and I appreciate and love all of you. So before we go back to the speeches real quick, are you here as a delegate, Mondale, or just, hey, you're a Democratic mayor, so of course you're coming to the DNC?
Well, I mean, I didn't even show up as a Democratic mayor in that capacity. I'm doing a training on the unseen black men, how the party forgets black men. And so I'm doing a Dem-palooza. I'm leading a training tomorrow around black men.
Oh, I love it. Okay. By the way, can people help in that? Like, is there a website that folks can go to?
Oh, no, I mean, so I think it's a in-person training. You have to be here for the training, but I'll definitely try to record it and share it with TYT so we can hear it.
All right, that's amazing. All right, that's amazing. I love it. All right, here's Nancy Pelosi. Okay, by the way, Clinton's speech is great. I mean, he sounds older, but that was perfect too because he's like, Trump's older than me. Trump's older than me, and look at me, right? And it's true.
On January 20th, 2021, with the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we established one of the most successful presidencies of modern times. And we quickly proved that Democrats deliver. Millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe.
So she says thank you, Joe, because she pushed them out. So she wants to make sure that everybody knows, hey, let's thank the brother.
That Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris for decades. Personally, I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy, most recently demonstrated fighting for a woman's right to choose. Politically, she is astute and strategic in winning difficult elections, quickly securing the nomination with dignity and grace, and choosing Tim Walz as our vice president. I had the honor of serving with Tim for 12 years in the Congress. He united Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue. He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the Affordable Care Act, meeting the needs of his constituents despite Republicans' lies and misrepresentation. When he went home, won the election, he returned to Congress, he fought for our Americans' heroes as the Democratic leader of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Thank you, Tim.
These are one of the reasons why Pelosi loves Tim Walz, because the more seats they pick up, the more likely she is to be Speaker of the House. And he had a tough vote in a purple district, and he voted with Pelosi anyway. But these are all good things.
So brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office. Let us not forget who assaulted democracy on January 6th. He did.
It's a powerful line.
Let us not forget who saved democracy that day.
And Trump's response.
We did.
Yeah.
And thank God we had a Democratic House of Representatives then. We returned to the Capitol that very same night. We insisted on certifying the election results on the floors of the House and the Senate. And we demonstrated to America and to the world that American democracy prevailed.
She's not as electrifying a speaker as Clinton or Obama.
Reminds us
They
that
should
our
have started the night with
democracy
her.
is only as strong as the courage and commitment of those entrusted with its care. And we must choose leaders who believe in free and fair elections, who respect the peaceful transfer of power. The choice couldn't be clearer. Those leaders are Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. When the sun rose on January 7th, as our national anthem declares, we gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
This type of politics is over. Just throwing in cars under the national anthem.
Now,
does
in
nothing
this
for people.
election, we are called upon to do the same, to stand together, to reject autocracy, to choose democracy, and we will do so by electing a Democratic House with Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House.
And that's how I come back.
Electing a Democratic Senate, electing Tim Walz as Vice President of the United States, and electing Kamala Harris as the President of the United States. Onward to victory!
Okay.
Is that a short speech?
I hope so, and she definitely
I think it was.
She's got to give a short speech. By the way, Clinton was off prompter, so that was a hell of a speech off
I
prompter.
can't wait to see. I promise you he ad-libbed most of that speech.
Yeah, because first of all, he couldn't. He was it's a 76. No, it was a 72 convention, etc. But I know he was off prompter.
Yes.
And Raskin told us earlier when we interviewed him, the prompter failed when he was up there, and he went off prompter. And he gave a great speech off prompter.
Oh wow!
And that was a hell of a speech, Jamie Raskin.
Job. Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Clinton's at least used to it. He goes off prompter a lot. So that was really impressive. Okay, speaking of impressive, we've got Michael Shure, Epic Politics man, on the floor of the convention. Let's see if we can go to him right now. Trying to bring Michael in. And by the way, the floor of the convention is very far, all the way over there. But little connectivity issues. But Michael, what do you got for us? Right?
Mute. Zephyr needs to unmute.
Michael, Zephyr's got to unmute. There you go. Go ahead, Michael.
No, he's muted.
Nope. We still have the issues. All right, we gave it a shot. We'll come back to Michael. Look, guys, the internet in here is horrific.
Well, you gotta think it's what, 40,000, 50,000 people probably?
Yeah, of course. And we're hardwired in, but when you go to do a shot in the convention floor, it becomes a disaster. But we're trying because it's fun. It's fun to be on the convention floor.
It is.
How many conventions you been at?
This is my fourth one, I think.
Yeah.
And probably my last. I feel like I aged out.
Yeah.
Unless you guys bring it back.
No.
I just listen. Here's what I want to say. I want to be honest. I think the more I do Black Male Voter Project work, the more I see the need to be disconnected from this because it's almost electrifying in this space. The joy is a real thing. Bill Clinton wasn't lying about that, right?
That's right.
It feels like something amazing is happening in this country, and then you realize this ain't the country. This is the convention. And there's a lot of stuff that I need to be focused on. And I think sometimes you can get jaded sitting in this space. I think for me, it's better to be on the outside talking about this.
Well, that's really interesting. And look, the more important than anything else is the outsider spirit, right?
Yes.
Whether you're here or not.
Yeah.
And Mondale, I love that you're keeping it in check, right? Because the reality is, at the end of the day, they got to actually pass these bills and change people's lives.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to hold them accountable all the way through, right? Because you're right, it feels great, and they look like they're going in the right direction, but you got to get there.
We got to get there.
We got to get there. That's right. All right, do we have Josh Shapiro ready to go? So Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, one of the final two people, and no, not yet. Okay, and he's going to be speaking next, and then of course we've got Tim Walz coming up, and so you're going to get to hear Obama again, because Shapiro sounds exactly like Obama.
Just like him.
If they put him back to back on the same night, it would have been crazy. So I listened to the Clinton speech while you guys were doing it, and the reason why Clinton's really good is not necessarily the turn of phrases. I mean, the way he delivers a speech, because the way he delivers a speech is greatly slowed down now, right?
Yes.
And he's got the voice of an older gentleman, etc. But the logic is still there, right? And the devastating points are still there. There are little elements of humor about the McDonald's line was great, right? But that, to me, whenever I learn something in a speech, that's like, that doesn't happen that often, right? And so I did not know 50-1 on since the Cold War, 51 million jobs created, 50 million by the Democrats, 1 million from the Republicans. I'm gonna use that 10,000 times.
Every Democrat should be using that. And it's also sad that this president, who was 3 presidents removed, is reminding us of what we need to be talking about. It shows how out of touch this young consultants or old consultants that the party is using. This is not something that he should have been using. Every time somebody said something about Democrats being bad on the economy, that should have been a response. It reminds me of how long it took Democrats to get right on the pro-life situation. When Republicans said that the first time back in the 50s, we're pro-life, should have been great, end death penalty. It took us almost to the 2000s to respond that you're not pro-life. So I think Clinton is showing us like where we drop the ball and how we slip up. So it was beautiful. It also is a reminder watching Nancy Pelosi come behind him, rattling off. She started her speech rattling off the 5 things that the administration had already done. And when Bill Clinton did it, it didn't sound like a ticket list or a laundry list of things. It sounded like something that really happened. And hers didn't ring its true. That's not a knock on her. It's just to show that she's not Bill Clinton. And also, maybe she didn't really mean it because she had to realize that you just said this is the greatest president in modern times, but you also pushed him out, knowing that you're 3 years older than him, which means he'd have been about your age at the end of his next term.
Yeah, at one point she was like, I don't think she said something against oligarchy because she kind of loves oligarchy, but I thought one of the thing you should be speaking out against is the gerontocracy, right? Or she might have said plutocracy. Anyway, and you're right, Biden has significant issues. That's why he had to go, and I agreed that he had to go, of course, right? But at the same time, you're 84, right?
Exactly.
And at the same time, Chuck Schumer's, whatever he is, et cetera. And we've talked about this before. The reason why that all of these ancient politicians are still around is because donors find them to be a good return on investment. And they're reliable. They know, hey, look, they're gonna say change on the outside, continuity on the inside. Nothing will fundamentally change, et cetera. So, but Mondale, look, in this convention, I don't know, I caught a little bit of hope. I mean, maybe that goes to your point of don't enter the building, right? But of course, catching hope is great as long as it's warranted, right? And so, because not only did they do the economically populist message, not only did they do Tim Walz, and I'm so curious what he's going to say tonight, and I was going to say it, but we heard in our interviews today, they're accepting rational points from progressives saying, oh yeah, you're right. Oh, that is a popular issue. Why don't we go with that, right? Like that's not a Democratic Party I'm used to, right? You can tell them the most logical thing in the world, but if it's for a progressive position or something that actually helps the poor, the middle class, et cetera, but they seem open to it. They seem, I don't know, Jamie Raskin partly convinced me they really are coming to our side. And a little bit of hope is a dangerous thing, right?
It's a dangerous thing. And I mean, it matters. And I think you're absolutely right. We cannot discount we can't be as critical as we are of the left, and we should be, without acknowledging these moves to the left. Because for so long we watched them move to the right on issues that they didn't even have to, because American people weren't there. So I agree with you on that. I would say though, I didn't see the radical hope for my brothers and sisters, our brothers and sisters in Gaza, right? Like people, the people talking about ceasefire has been enough, and it's not. There's a genocide happening, and we're not talking about that at this convention. And I don't think that's that doesn't signal that we're really going to be strong on issues that are unpopular.
Yeah, I wonder if it's that AIPAC is one of the strongest lobbies, and that's why that's. Like, I get it. They're not going to break with AIPAC. Yeah. They're not going to do anything about Gaza, so they're trying to avoid it like the plague. But at the same time, is that just an exception for some of the most powerful lobbies, or is that still the rule, right?
Touche.
Yeah, if it's still the rule and they're not really going to do any of this stuff, then you know,
let's go find Elizabeth Warren. No, but in all seriousness, I would say you're absolutely right. I mean, the idea that Crockett and also AOC spoke, you know what I'm saying? That means a lot. I mean, it does to the progressive wing. Raskin got up there, and people need to know that Raskin is a true progressive. We can't deny that. And so I appreciate seeing our people in those spaces. And we've also had a lot of avenues. Like, I would have never been invited to speak at the DNC. I mean, like, they would not even call me. Perez saw me yesterday, and he said to me, "What's up, man?" And I'm like, "Yeah, what's up now in public?" But usually you just call and say thank you after the election is over. So yeah. I think the acknowledgement of what we bring to this party is beneficial. And they see that our voters, our base, is more like us than them.
Yeah, no, there's something in the air. Like, and I'm beginning to wonder if it's actually real. I can't believe it'd be real, right? Because Nina Turner told a story right before you came in about how she was at some event for Ohio, and then Chantel Brown, the woman she ran against, that was as like conservative corporate as it gets, at the end of her speech said, and I want to thank a real fighter here, Senator Nina Turner. And people were like, what? Okay, and then she came on stage and they lifted their hands together. So like,
that happened?
That happened. So it's shocking. And now you tell me Tom Perez telling you how you doing, etc. I don't know. Maybe it's a new day. Maybe it's I mean, we'd be thrilled to have it.
Right, but the minute that it's not, the minute we find out it's not, then we're obligated to get back to what we were busy doing on our party. But I think you're right. Let's not be Debbie Downers when we see change, and I acknowledge it.
Yeah. So Senator Cortez Masto from Nevada.
Criminals accountable. That's Kamala Harris. Listen, and when we took on human traffickers, Kamala had us meet with survivors so that we could understand who we were fighting for. Standing up for justice, that's Kamala Harris. So trust me when I say I know she will fight for our families and our freedoms. Now, we must fight for her. Every vote matters. I know. In 2016, Nevadans elected me, the granddaughter of a baker from Mexico,
I think that what they're doing
to
here,
serve as the first Latina in the United States
and we're
Senate.
being fair, and we're dipping in, and we listen to all of Pelosi, etc. But I think they're giving the cable news guys a break to talk about Clinton's speech and all those things.
And in 2022, my reelection
the cable guys aren't
came down to 7,928 votes.
There's 40,000 black men in the state who don't vote.
Voters
so
in Nevada,
if y'all spend money on them, that wouldn't be the case.
Democrats won the Senate majority. And I'm here to tell you, we can do it again. We can send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. Are we ready to do it? Are we ready to fight? Let's get it done, Chicago. Thank you, everyone.
So like that was the most standard corporate Democrat speech of all time. And even her outfit looks like it's from the 1990s. It just felt 90s all the way, right? But even her, she got the memo that you're supposed to say at the end, let's go fight.
Let's go fight.
So that's another thing I'm seeing, Mondale, that's different than the old days.
Fight.
Yeah, fight.
Right.
When we fight, we win. That's what the placards say. I love it. I love it because in the old days it'd be like, hey, let's civility on the way to surrender.
Yeah.
Right. Those are the old placards.
Yeah.
So something has happened to this party that is hard to understand. All right, Governor Shure.
Philadelphia, a band of patriots declare their independence from a king and set ourselves on a path of self-determination. Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter of our American story, we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom. Today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? Or will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress? Kamala Harris, well, she has spent her entire career making progress. Donald Trump, a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom, what he's offering isn't freedom at all. Because hear me on this, it's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not. And it's not freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies.
That's right. Look, it's not just his tone of voice; it's his hand motions and it's the head too. He even holds his head like Obama.
He's the Kobe Bryant of Obama.
But he gets
like
to pick
Kobe
the
Bryant was
winner.
the Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
he's that.
By the way, he'd be happy to be Kobe Bryant. I mean, in terms of career.
You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom. That's right. The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future. Real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community so that child can walk to and from school and get home safely to her mama. Real freedom that comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected for who she is.
God, it's
Obama life.
Much Obama. Oh my God, it's amazing. But you know what though? It's working. They're on their feet. They're excited, and I like the message of freedom and regaining the concept of freedom for Democrats.
I like that they sacrificed democracy for freedom. It was about democracy.
That's right.
They changed that message.
That's right, and I think that's better.
Is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for.
He always gets the crowd riled up, and he's got a commanding voice.
Names may be on the ballot, but it's your right.
On the ballot.
It's on the ballot. It's our future and freedoms that are on the line, and you have the power to shape the future of this country. Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up. Now it's on us. It's on us, my friends, to organize in our communities and on our For You pages around three basic American principles. We value our freedom. We cherish our democracy, and we love this country.
This is emphasizing USA, USA. We're reclaiming patriotism.
That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah. That's not an accident. The placards already printed out say USA, USA. Or San Mark would say USA, USA.
And listen, despite our challenges, hear me on this, I want you to know I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you the enduring promise of America. E pluribus unum, out of many one. It's not merely a motto from the past, it's our direction for the future.
Even his suit looks like Obama.
I mean, he's a whole Obama-like guy. Tie and everything.
And you all have the power. So let's use that power. Let's do the hard work necessary to win this election and write the next chapter in our American story. So are you ready to protect our rights? Are you ready to secure our freedoms? And are you ready to defend our democracy? And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? America, let's get to work.
Yes. Okay.
Cenk, what we saw is, in all honesty, we're laughing and joking about it, but this is the next generation, right? This guy, Frost, AOC, this is the future of the party. And I think he's looking at the most successful, or what we see is the coolest politician of our time, Obama. And why not? I mean, you see, Idris Elba said he learned how to be an American actor by mimicking everything Denzel Washington did. So I guess Shapiro's doing the same thing. But I did enjoy the line when he said that everything about Kamala's career has been about making progress, and everything about Donald Trump is just no guardrails, implying that he's in the gutter all the time.
Yeah, and remember, there's a reason why he's so popular in Pennsylvania, and he's at 61%. That is really hard for any governor, let alone in a very purple state. I mean, nearly tied in Pennsylvania, and to be 61%. He's doing some things right. He's passed some good laws, and it's hard not to be distracted by how similar he is to Obama, but he is a good speaker, right? And he does motivate people.
Making us greater.
I want to say, Manuel, though, I mean, look at this, how the world has changed, right? Now you got white politicians trying to copy a black president, right? And now you also have the Republicans' conspiracy theory that we talked about earlier is that Barack Obama is secretly the puppeteer, right?
Yes.
And I was like, this is good news for Jews and blacks. Okay, because now all of a sudden Jews are not the puppeteers.
That's it.
Black people are the puppeteers.
Right.
I mean, did you ever imagine?
Not ever. Right? Definitely not in this fast at all. Here's what I would say though. I think it just shows like how disconnected Republicans are from these, and they don't have an answer for everything that's happening. So the idea that you're mimicking black people is cool with me. Politicians, I would rather you mimic a Nina Turner than a Barack Obama, but roll with it if it works.
Yeah. Well, look, we'll take it. Now that you said that, it's not like white people haven't mimicked black people before in other things like music and culture, etc. But you know what? Do we allow this appropriation for the Shapiro suit?
Yeah, I mean, as long as his policies match his appropriation, he could be a singy song preacher, black preacher, as long as he's doing the policy work.
Yeah,
and I think he is. I think he's winning for Pennsylvania in a real way.
Yeah, that's right. And we need him in Pennsylvania to be able to try to deliver that state. He's going to be on the stump there. Off air, I asked Raskin because he's now a surrogate. He's already been in 24 states.
Wow.
So these surrogates like Shapiro, Raskin, etc., are all over the place.
Wow.
They're doing rally after rally, appearance after appearance, and that's good because that also is another theme of this convention, which is don't get complacent.
Yeah.
And it was interesting when Bill Clinton emphasized that because Hillary Clinton got complacent, right?
And the fact that he said that, and he said, we've seen too many. We've seen too many campaigns when we didn't have to lose them. So that was a powerful point. It also matters that, it sticks with their thing that we have to fight. 24 states this quick, that's a different state of almost a day. So yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, so we got to run, but one last thing for you real quick. So some folks are worried that some black males are not going to vote for Kamala Harris because of some old school way of thinking. How real is that? Are you worried about it?
Not at all. I want to say that, the human brain is an amazing thing, amazing tool. But some of the flaws of the human brain is in the absence of facts, we will substitute repetition. And the fact that we keep hearing that black men don't support black women over and over, people have made it a part of the narrative. but there's no historical facts to support it for a couple of reasons. One, there's not a lot of historical data where Black people had the right to run for office. And when you do, you always see Black men following up only to one demographic, and that's Black women. But that's the same case if you look at Black men. Andrew Gillum, 13% of Democratic registered women voted against Andrew Gillum, when only 12% in the same election cycle, 12% of Black men voted against Stacey Abrams. So there's no historical data. All that tells me is that there's a lack of intimate relationship with Black men and what's gonna happen in this election cycle. This is why a Black Male Voter Project is so important.
All right, I love it. Mondale Robinson, of course, TYT contributor. Make sure you check him out on Rebel headquarters and also the mayor of Enfield, North Carolina. Great to see you, Mondale.
Thank you, brother.
And I love doing it in person, because normally you got the Zoom in North Carolina, but it's great to see you in person.
Indeed.
All right, we'll be right back, guys.
The freedom to raise our family in healthy communities.
The idea that I can turn to my partner, my husband, and say I love you with every being of my soul.
Being able to start a family when I want to, being able to, support the missions that I want to go to the church that I want to.
Not everyone has the same opportunities, but the United States is, of anywhere I've ever been, just the one place where you can accomplish more.
The big, fantastic thing about America is that it is the land of opportunity. I know it sounds trite, but it's the truth.
I grew up with a single mom, and she really imbued in me these qualities that you just really have to care about your neighbors and your family and your friends.
I feel like the American dream is having opportunities, having the opportunity to go to college if you want to, having the opportunity to get any job you can, no matter who you are or where you come from.
The American dream is about having the ability to make choices about your medical care and do whatever you want to do with your life without anybody telling you if it's good or not.
We are in an incredible moment in history. We've seen women stripped of their most fundamental right to autonomy over their bodies.
The freedom to make choices about your body, your life, your career should be entirely in your control.
But I have found that good people want to do good things.
That you find a way to move forward under ugly and scary circumstances.
The work that lies ahead is to make America live up to its highest ideals. And, we're proud to go to work.
The work to build a better future really depends on all of us coming together.
We have to bring back that respect for everyone.
I don't think we're as divided as we seem.
Let's come together as one big nation.
I feel like we are on the verge of something very amazing in this country.
It makes me want to fight for our children and future generations to ensure they have just as many, if not more, freedoms than we had.
I believe in a future where my mom can feel safe no matter where she is in the country.
A future that is filled with a healthy and vibrant planet where families are not separated by fences or jail bars.
A future in which we all get what we need. I want to say that for people who are younger than me.
Hopefully the kids I teach can chase their dreams and believe in what they want to be.
I want a future for him that he knows that he's covered and protected.
Everyone should think about what we can leave to the next generation. It's our responsibility. It's what we have to do.
My name's Tyler.
My name's Yvette.
And we believe in love.
I'm Alex.
I'm Kiara.
My name is Steven. My name is Charlie. I'm a proud 7th generation Texan.
I am from Waterford, Michigan, just north of Detroit.
I'm from East Tennessee.
All right, back at the DNC, TYT, Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola with you guys. John, of course, the host of the Damage Report and the TYT Network. Make sure you're checking that out. Texan wrote in, I got $20 that says right now Anna's checking Clinton's job numbers wherever she is. I love that. And you're almost certainly right. So, and I love that she does that, right? Make sure we hold everybody accountable and get all the facts right. Rebel Dragon said, I love how all these former presidents are so supportive of Harris. Walz, even Carter's trying to make it to election day so can vote for her. And he is from Georgia. It's a swing state. So Trump didn't have any previous presidents, and that says a lot. Michael Shure was saying the same thing earlier. It is amazing that he's kind of pulverized his own party and ostracized himself so thoroughly. Oh no, So later, Pete Buttigieg, Wes Moore, Amy Klobuchar, and then of course Sam Walz. But let's listen to the Queen.
Good evening, everybody!
By the way, when their voices go in and out, it's because the audience is so loud.
Who says you can't go home again?
Oh, she's from Chicago, of course.
I have no idea.
After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire.
By the way,
we're now so fired up.
Yeah.
We can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States.
Now, these are some celebrities. We're not in Ted Nugent territory anymore.
To have been asked to speak on tonight's theme
but there's something
about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans: freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them. People who want to scare you, who want to rule you. People who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe. That there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love. People who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us.
So reclaiming patriotism, reclaiming freedom. By the way, how many times did we ask to reclaim the American flag and patriotism? And here they are.
John Lewis.
Reclaim camo.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
He said, no matter what ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now. Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies.
Even reclaimed freedom isn't free.
I know
that was a very Republican slogan for a long time.
I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and and sweet home Chicago,
and they're kind of up in the front.
He's from Chicago originally, of course, and unless you're John Iadarola, you know that.
Have actually traveled
started a TV show in Chicago
from the
locally
redwood
first.
forests, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American.
to say I'm an American. They're even reclaiming
They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No. We just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady,
people like that.
Yeah.
What
they're
a dumb
also
line.
unifying with conservatives.
Well,
in a really interesting way.
We try to get that cat out too. Because we are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America. Now, over the last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto the stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this, if you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream.
It's interesting. It actually resonated with me. Like, if you can't even control this,
to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America.
Definitely, I think
talk now
soon
about
the convention was the
somebody
most
who's not
frank
with us
discussion
tonight.
of abortion in American
Tessie
history.
Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four, they were called. They broke barriers, and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems
to the Biden debate.
A little bit, yeah.
that at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon, soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States.
It's like the 70s, which is shocking.
Yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah, that is. You would not guess it.
She's 16 years older than me, and she looks fantastic.
She does. And the way that she's speaking and delivering this speech, like you attest to it.
Yeah.
You know, let me tell you this. This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do.
Oh, interesting. Registered independent.
Voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds.
Undecided.
You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all. In leadership and in life. And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024.
There's a lot of things on the ballot in 2024. Democracy, freedom, apparently decency, respect too.
Common
but it's true
sense.
Too.
Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense.
That's pretty good.
Because that's the best of America. And let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back.
Building on the line. That's good.
Yeah. And I love that line too, that we're not going back, because it paints Kamala Harris as the change candidate. It makes Make America Great Again seem like it's going backwards.
Let us choose.
Yeah.
Let us choose truth, let us choose honor, and let us choose joy.
And you get a car, and you get a car, and you get a car.
You get a ballot, and you get a ballot. You will.
America.
Look under your seat right now.
Else, let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America. We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris. Thank you, Chicago.
Is the crowd trying to get us back? Okay, so she talked about, listen, we also have to reach out to conservatives. And if there's, a fire or anything, a kind of emergency, we help everyone, right? We don't just say, hey, let's help the left. That's the best of us, right? That we help everybody. And then she brought in, even if it's a childless cat lady, we save the cat, et cetera. But it was noteworthy that she said, let's choose unity over division, and then included right-wing voters, right? Mm-hmm. And then Josh Shapiro earlier had talked about how, hey, reach out to people, and if you disagree, let them know. You and Mondale were talking about that. But he also said, talk to them with respect, and the respect that you would want when they're talking to you. Okay? Yeah. So I think that what they're trying to do there, John, and again, it's smart. I mean, this is just astounding. One correct strategy after another. I've never seen it in the Democratic Party. Mm-hmm. But what they're trying to do there is cleave off a portion of Republicans to say, hey, we're for freedom, democracy, USA, and we want to treat you with respect, and we want to unify with you, and we're in favor of class, honor, all these things that not only are all American, but that appeal to them. Yeah. And isolating Trump as not conservative, but a branch of the right wing that's extreme, as opposed to all of them. And if you want to, gain more votes from conservatives, yeah, that's exactly the right way to do it.
Yeah, and painting him as chaotic and corrosive and rude. And I think there are definitely some Republicans that would like that. But I also think there's some independents that she's painting a picture of what could our political culture be? Do you want it to be what it's been for the last 10 years? I don't think a lot of people do. Let's talk, let's debate, let's discuss, and let's do it with respect.
Yeah. Governor Wes Moore from Maryland, up and coming star in the Democratic Party. Let's hear him for one of the first times.
Slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, and the bridge collapsed. A port that drives 13% of our state's economy was now closed. Thousands of workers were hours away from waking up and realizing they no longer had a job. 6 Marylanders who had been on the bridge in the middle of the night fixing potholes lost their lives. And one of the first phone calls that I got that morning started with these 3 words. Gov, it's Kamala. She said, I know you spoke to the president, and I want you to know we are here with you every step of the way. Now, I joined the Army when I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs. I led soldiers in combat in Afghanistan. And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand. And united with the Almighty God's grace, we brought closure to the families of the 6 victims. And while many said it could take 11 months to reopen the port of Baltimore, we got it done in 11 weeks. Because that is the story of America. We are a nation of patriots who serve when the mission is hard and who serve when the destination is uncertain. And I know our history is imperfect. The unevenness of the American journey has made some skeptical. But I'm not asking you to give up your skepticism. I just want that skepticism to be your companion and not your captor. And I'm asking that you join us in the work. Because making America great doesn't mean telling people you're not wanted. And loving your country does not mean lying about its history.
He has a lot of good lines. He looks like he's out of a movie. I was trying to figure out what
Making America
movie.
great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help.
Exactly. Once he started talking about his military
It's the
service, I was like,
legacy
that's it. He looks like a heroic soldier
of those
in a
6
movie.
workers who fixed potholes on a bridge while we slept, who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too.
Yeah, he's good. He's really good. Yeah.
It's the journey. It's the journey of a man raised by a
these things are
immigrant
Shakespearean. I keep saying
handcuffs on his wrist at 11 years
the characters
old,
at these conventions, because they're people that are rising and people that are fading. Here's a riser, and the people that are fading are the people who don't want to see him rise, don't like to see how good he is.
Yeah, and look, all of a sudden the Democratic Party looks so young. Right. Like all these young, great AOC, him, Shapiro.
It's of a prosecutor who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well. That's right.
MVP?
It's my fellow veteran.
We were talking.
My brother and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. And now, Tim knows that in the military, you count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake up until Election Day.
Is that all that's left? 75 days?
75 days in a wake-up for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days in a wake-up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake-up to build a future that those who came before us hope for, and those who come after us that they deserve. And 75 days and a wake up to elect a leader who is willing to believe in the best of us, and that leader is Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and let's leave no one behind.
So when Tim Walz runs for president 8 years from now, Westmore is such a natural for the VP slot. And then they're just gonna go like that forever.
Right.
White president, black vice president, black president, white vice president. We're gonna go like
right, yeah,
in that circle.
But here's somebody who might want to interrupt that and There's the governor of California and the governor of Michigan. There's a governor of Kentucky. There's a lot of jockey. Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah, Pennsylvania, absolutely. There's a lot between then and now.
Yeah. By the way, speaking of which, Media Studies Network said this Shapiro guy is pretty good. Love the freedom message. And Cherries wrote in, we love our Governor Shapiro in Pennsylvania. He's so genuine. Woohoo. And speaking of genuine, Pete Buttigieg.
Here's the Secretary of Transportation.
Anywhere in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next president and vice president of the United States.
Yeah, that's so bad, but okay, fine. Tim Walz.
The choice could not be clearer.
Yeah, he'll be happier with Secretary of State.
Law and order, as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch. Talks about the forgotten man, hoping we'll forget that the only economic promise that he actually kept was to cut taxes for the rich. And don't even get me started on his new running mate.
Okay, I won't.
At least Mike Pence was polite. J.D. Vance is one of those guys who thinks if you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count.
At least Mike
Someone who
Pence
said
was
that
polite.
If you don't have kids,
It's funny.
You have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical.
It's a good point, because he's not only attacking single women without kids, but he's also attacking LGBTQ community about that. And he's like, you try to lay down your life and then tell us we don't have a stake in this country.
And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity.
Like African-American soldiers returning from the war.
Committing to a concept of campaigning.
Lay down your life, but you don't have rights. You got to sit upstairs in the movie theater.
Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness.
This is good line. Darkness is.
I believe America is ready for a better kind of politics. Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best, politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soulcraft. My faith teaches me that the world isn't made up of good people and bad people, but rather that each of us is capable of good and bad things. And I believe leaders matter because of what they bring out in each of us, the good or the bad. Right now, the other side is appealing to what is smallest within you. They're telling you that greatness comes from going back to the past. They're telling you that anyone different from you is a threat. They're telling you that your neighbor or nephew or daughter who disagrees with you politically isn't just wrong, but is now the enemy. I believe in a better politics, one that finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of politics that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are offering. And as you have felt these many days, that kind of politics also just feels better to be part of. There is joy in it, as well as power. And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience of my unlikely career. Someone like me serving in Indiana, serving in Washington, serving in uniform. I'm thinking of something much more basic.
Oh, well, maybe.
I'm thinking of dinner time at our house in Michigan. When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, and it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table.
I wasn't
It's the
washing
part
my
of our
hands
day
at 3,
when
I don't think.
politics seems the most distant. And yet the makeup of our kitchen table, the existence of my family, is just one example of something that was literally impossible as recently as 25 years ago, when an anxious teenager growing up in Indiana wondered if he would ever find belonging in this world. This kind of life went from impossible to possible, from possible to real, from real to almost ordinary in less than half a lifetime. But that didn't just happen. It was brought about through idealism and courage, through organizing and persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics. The kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality. I don't presume to know what it's like in your kitchen, but I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it, the bills you pay at that table, the shape of the family that sits there, the fears and the dreams that you talk about late into the night there, all of it compels us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match.
That's not besmirch wrestling.
So this November, we get to choose. We get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will choose a better politics. A politics that calls us to our better selves and offers us a better everyday. That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represent. That is what Democrats represent. That is what awaits us when America decides to end Trump's politics of darkness once and for all. That is what we choose when we embrace the leaders who are out there building bridges and reject the ones who are out there banning books. This is what we will work for every day to November and beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
Okay. What's interesting is that so Buttigieg now is actually getting a tiny bit older. I think he might be a teenager by now. But at the same time, now all of a sudden, he's not the only young guy. For a long time, it felt like he was the main young guy in the Democratic Party, certainly in 2020 primary, long time. It's not just the last primary, but But now all of a sudden you got Wes Moore. I don't know who's younger between the two, but Wes Moore's dynamic, more new to the scene. So all of a sudden, Buttigieg doesn't have the young lane all to himself. There's all this new young talent. And Buttigieg used to be considered a little bit of a copycat of Obama, but now Shapiro is a much bigger copycat of Obama.
Well, there's also,
so he's finding his lane getting squeezed out a little bit.
Well, he's also now elder statesman. I mean, without the elder, but I mean, he's got this experience of having run for president and seriously run for president, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you know, I just saw John Delaney in the elevator, and I shouldn't say he didn't seriously run. He was there longer in Iowa than anybody else, and he wanted to be president. But Buttigieg was able to craft a campaign in 2020 that took him pretty damn far. And then he's the Secretary of Transportation. He tried to be the head of the Democratic Party earlier in his career. So he's tasted a little bit of it all. And it makes him, without being elder, kind of an elder statesman on experience. So
yeah. So I like this message on darkness, and because it resonates. Like when you think of Trump, you think of the guy said Trump, light or darkness. I think even for some of his supporters, most of them would say light, right? Because Jesus and all that, right? But I think even for some Republicans, let's put it not supporters, but let's say Republicans. I think even some Republicans would say, well, I mean, obviously darkness.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And what they've done here, I mean, I think that it was two reasons. One is they thought they had an issue with Kamala Harris's laugh and that they were going to get attacked on that a lot.
Yeah.
And so they turned that into we're running with joy. Right. And now every time they talk about the laugh, it reminds people of running with joy.
You know, right. I want to ask you that. I feel like Tim Walz said it when he was named, when he was announced.
You mean this guy?
Look at that. Yeah, I saw someone wearing that shirt inside.
Oh, really?
Not that exact, like the same thing, said the same thing on it. And I think that when he said it, immediately I thought, okay, here's this joyful guy, right? So I'm wondering if they played off of what Walz did that day, or if it was all part of a bigger plan before. Well, I think it's the former. What are you saying?
Michael, I think you're on to the biggest question that we've kind of been asking throughout this convention, which is, and even before it, because there's so many, in my opinion, and the opinion of so many people that are either progressives, part of the Young Turks crew, it's just people paying attention to politics. They have made so many correct strategic decisions in a row.
Right.
Like, what is going on? Is it Tim Walz when he joined the ticket? And remember, always remember
the Democrats.
Yeah, exactly.
For the Democrats.
Yeah, so remember, guys, always, and this is really true, and having run organizations, it's almost self-aggrandizing to say this, but I'm saying it on behalf of Kamala Harris. And it's also true on the downside, too. The person at the top always gets the credit and the discredit, right? So, here, unfortunately, we've been forced into giving discredit to so many politicians and yes, so many Democrats over the years. But when someone at the top is making the right decisions, you give them the credit, right? So Kamala Harris, every time I talk about who's making these moves and deciding this strategy, ultimately, they never do a strategy without asking Kamala Harris. So she gets all the credit for that. And I want you to just know that's the route, right? And I'm not just saying that like, oh, hey, don't you remember? No, that's how it works. She has to green light it and say, yes, I like that. Let's go in that direction, not that direction, right? Now, having said that, what we're trying to figure out is who's coming out with all of these great strategies, right?
Yeah.
Because the principal, meaning the top person, the presidential candidate in this case, doesn't often do the nitty gritty strategy, right? Someone comes up with it, presents it, someone champions it, right? And maybe the person, because coming out with it is, well, we're coming out with it nonstop. And then when I say we, I don't mean Young Turks, I mean the movement is, right? Yeah. So Adam Green earlier was talking about how PCCC showed them polling, messaging, etc. They're not the only ones. People are showing them messaging all the time. They're getting all of that input.
Yeah.
I think probably the most important person is who's championing it, right? And I don't know. I don't know, but
I think there's a little bit of serendipity to it because of the truncated campaign, they almost didn't have time to overthink things. So
yeah, maybe,
there's a lot of gut, I think, that's going into this.
And you know what, Michael, I'll build off that. Sorry, because also the limited time when they were losing, so they had to take a little bit more risk.
Yeah.
And so traditionally, correct me where you think I'm wrong here.
I wish you told me that 20 years ago.
that Democrats are a little bit more risk averse. And so these policies, they might have been a little reticent about. This is pretty bold. When we, like, even besides the policies, when we fight, we win. The old Democratic Party would have been worried about civility and putting
how do you say the word fight? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And wait, you're going to say price gouging. Well, I'm a little worried about how corporations are going to react, what's the press going to do, et cetera. And instead, well, we're behind and we got to go. Let's go.
Let's just do it. Yeah, and I think we're saying the same thing, right? I mean, they didn't have time to overthink, which is what Democrats have proved themselves very good at doing, overthinking. It's not to say that they don't have successes. I mean, they've won several of the last elections, but I do think that what we're seeing on display here is it's that on your shirt in a way. It's just let's go with this.
What the shirt is wearing.
Yeah.
Like, no joke. I mean, shoptyt.com. But
there's competition in the industry for it.
Yeah. So, but this is not just about Tim Walz. This has now captured the essence of this campaign.
Right.
That was the warm-up act. Okay. On behalf of the great state of Minnesota, where purple reigns, I stand before you in support of our next Vice President, Tim Walz. In Minnesota, we trust a coach who turned a team that was 0-27 into state champions. In Minnesota, we trust a hunter who has stood in a deer stand in 10-degree weather. In Minnesota, we trust a candidate who has made a viral video on how to change a burnt-out headlight. And I know we aren't alone, but in Minnesota, we love a dad in plaid.
Going back to the flannels of last night.
Yeah, so Tim and I go way back. He taught high school right down the road from where my husband John grew up. My mother-in-law even brought him and Gwen a Parmesan chicken dinner when their son was born. That's what we do in America.
I've never lived
we
in a
look out for our neighbors.
Have you? Where they bring you food?
Tim has been doing that his whole life. On the farm and in the
last old school about how I thought about bringing a banana cream pie to my new
fellow service members. And the truth is, that matters.
From down the block at Appleton.
Who better to take on the price of gas than a guy who could pull over to help change your tire?
It's like 28 cents.
Who better to serve our nation than a guy who has served in uniform? Who better to find common ground than a guy with Midwestern common sense?
This is the most folksy
a former football coach knows how to level the playing field. And a former public school teacher knows how to school the likes of J.D. Vance.
Yeah, a lot of wordplay.
Yeah, but this is vintage Klobuchar. I mean, this kind of
what
corny.
You've done with your life matters. And what you do with power matters too. Tim has delivered paid leave, school lunches, and the biggest tax cut in Minnesota history. A Democrat from a red district in a purple state, Tim has brought Minnesota together. And together with Vice President Kamala Harris, I know he will do the same for our nation. America, there is so much that we share, so much that connects us. Way up north in Minnesota, out of Lake Itasca, flows the Mississippi River. It starts small and it grows wider. It flows down to Wisconsin and to Iowa. It goes down to Illinois.
Don't tell me it goes all the way down to Mississippi.
Missouri.
It actually ends in New Orleans.
It goes to Kentucky and Tennessee. It goes to Arkansas. And it goes way down to Mississippi. And then it goes all the way down to New Orleans, Louisiana, where the spirit of our nation's resilience abounds. So let us commit here and now to cross the river of our divides, to get to a higher ground. And let us join together to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Okay, there was one good part of the speech, which was the reference to the state championship. Otherwise, it was just like,
boilerplate.
It was like gumbo of like aphorisms and wordplay and folksiness.
Yeah, the river thing was, I don't know.
And it was just a shout out to the different states that they would cheer throughout, right?
Yeah.
So obviously Tim Walz is coming up. That's why they had Klobuchar from Minnesota kind of introduce him, but they got a couple of buffer guys before they get to
I think this is one of Walz's students is coming out, if I'm not mistaken. Is that
all right? Let's watch.
I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher and my coach. Yep. Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track. So what was a high school football coach doing, coaching 7th grade basketball and track? Well, there was a kid in the high school who couldn't afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off. They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders. That's right. Yes. Coach Walz got us excited about what we might achieve together. He believed in us, and he helped us believe in each other. And his leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team. That's right. Wow. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets. Yeah.
This is fantastic.
Yeah, this is a really good idea. Jesus, why do they keep making correct decisions? It's startling. So
look how excited they are about the Scarlets.
Yeah. So, by the way, this is what I was going to say about Klobuchar. It's no joke that a coach that takes a team that was 0-27 and turns them into state champions.
Yeah.
That guy knows how to manage things. Okay. It's not an accident. If you don't know sports, that is not a coincidence. That is a guy who is an excellent manager and leader. Okay. And now that
I'd still never vote for Jim Harbaugh, then.
And the fact that he apparently turned the track team into state champions too.
Yeah.
Like, Jesus, he's good at this.
He didn't teach nutrition class, apparently.
Oh. Look, if you're in Minnesota and you're the Scarlets,
right,
and this is however many decades later, if you're not a little beefy, you're not doing it.
Exactly. Yes, that's a good point. And those could have been linemen.
I want the people in charge to be genuine, compassionate, and trustworthy. The thing is, there are people in our neighborhoods who fit this description. The kind of people who display quiet leadership by helping kids pay for their lunches, by bringing teams together to believe in each other. And when we're stuck in the snow, they push us out. Well, in my neighborhood, we always wish that people like that would run for office. Well, in my neighborhood, someone like that did run for office. And he's going to be a wonderful vice president. Thanks very much.
And you look at these guys, if you saw these guys standing on the street, you'd immediately think all these football players are Republicans. And so it sends that sort of tough guy image that it's okay to be a football player and vote for a Democrat, which is part of what this imagery is always about.
I want to do something unprecedented and watch a video during the DNC because I'm curious about this backstory.
In Nebraska, where he spent summers working the family farm. There were just 24 students in his graduating class. His dad served during the Korean War, and that meant a lot to Tim. So he enlisted right after his 17th birthday and served 24 years in the National Guard, rising to command sergeant major. Tim went to college on the GI Bill and became a social studies teacher. That's where Tim and I met. We shared a classroom with a divider right down the middle. His classroom was a lot louder than mine, but I could hear how engaged his students were. Tim taught for over 15 years, and he coached football, helping lead the team to a state championship after 0 wins just a few years before. Tim taught them how to believe in themselves and that we're all in this together. When one of our students started the school's Gay Straight Alliance, Tim agreed to serve as faculty advisor because he knew how impactful it would be to have a football coach involved. He inspired his students.
I mean, he doesn't seem real.
He's just so joyful in everything that he does. But I think also standing up for, what he believes to be right, stands up to bullies.
Then Tim's students inspired him to run for Congress in southern Minnesota. Tim spent a lot of time working with Republicans, fighting to help farmers and expanding veterans benefits. Whether it was in Congress or as governor, his focus has always been helping working people like those he grew up with. That's why he fought for the largest tax cut in Minnesota state history.
Tim Walz was there for small businesses like ours.
With the urging of Governor Walz, we were able to pass the Alex Smith Insulin Affordability Act, and it has saved lives in Minnesota.
With Tim as governor, Minnesota is one of the best places to raise a family and one of the best states for business. Tim's a lifelong hunter and gun owner. But after the Sandy Hook school shooting, he knew that we had to do something. So he's fought for background checks and red flag laws. But of all the things he's done, Tim loves being a dad. We struggled to have kids, and fertility treatments made it possible. There's a reason our daughter is named Hope. Hope and Gus mean the world to us.
Governor Walz making good on a promise to his son and family yesterday by getting them a puppy.
Then we're going to go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And
Turkey's meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey special.
He's as at home on a farm, a fishing boat, a football field, or a factory floor as he is on the floor of Congress. Tim's commitment to service all comes back to the values we grew up with. Love your country, help your neighbor, and fight for what's right. Because that's what America is all about.
Two middle-class kids. One, a daughter of Oakland, California. The other, a son of the Nebraska Plains, only in America. Is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House?
Yeah, I'm glad we watched that. I knew most of that, but not all of it. And it's good to get the background on it. And the part I didn't know was that when they started the LGBTQ group in the school, that he volunteered to be their advisor, so that they'd have the credibility of a football coach advising them.
Well, I didn't know the story about the coaching 7th grade basketball to help pay for the kids' lunch.
No, yeah, like you said, Michael, he seems unreal.
Yeah,
because remember at the time, he's decades away from running for office.
Right.
Yeah. Like it's not like he's doing it to get ahead in the world.
Yeah,
right. Like if Buttigieg did that, like 6 months before he ran for office, I'd be like, okay,
right.
Okay, I see you, brother. I see you, right?
It's not like he wrote the book, and then went out on the trail with his book.
By the way, my book timing is awful because people thought I was doing that thing, and I'm like, thanks. What books am I going to sell on what campaign trail? They wouldn't even allow me in like public streets.
All these signs say Coach Walz.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign.
I'm really looking forward to this.
And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership.
She looks like a Saturday Night Live
character. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States.
She's probably on the name of the actress that I'm talking about.
We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight.
Oh, man, I just got to say, I know it's a coincidence, but we did Operation Hope. His daughter's name is Hope. We did Operation Joy. They're running the campaign on Joy. It's amazing.
A town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale.
I don't like when he says that, but I'm biased.
Growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. that family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. My dad, a Korean War era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans.
I love when people give a shout out to the GI Bill.
Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets. We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship.
That's true, except the state champion.
Never closed the
44
yearbook,
defense.
people.
Yeah.
But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district.
That really is
But you
nice.
know what?
I love it.
Never underestimate a public school teacher.
I love that. Like,
I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle
Now
class.
I'll be vice president where I won't do anything.
We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable
It is
housing.
funny, though, right? I mean, it is funny with vice presidency. Like, he's done all these things, and you become vice president, and you really do nothing.
And we made sure that every kid in
No,
our
on the
state
campaign, it's
gets
huge. Yeah,
breakfast and
no, I'm
lunch
saying, but
every
when he
day.
gets the job, I mean, it's wildly important that he's this guy right now.
So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours.
a lot of book talk here. A lot of banning book talk.
We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you, you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call. The pit in your stomach when the phone had rang, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family, because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations, free to pollute your air and water. And banks, free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about.
My whole life.
The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're gonna use it.
That's a good line.
He used that in his announcement, too.
If these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class. They'll repeal the Affordable Care Act. They'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And they will ban abortion across this country, with or without Congress. Here's the thing. It's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong. And it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you. I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead, say it with me. We're not going back.
A good leader doesn't go around. He did it. It's his fault. It's not my fault. It's that guy's fault.
To offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field.
I love when he says that. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead.
Yeah, that's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Healthcare and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're gonna fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
Short speech. Yeah, but I mean, that's good. That's not bad. Let's not complain about that.
Take the win.
Take the win. I mean, you know, it's something that, you know, we can watch the two of them. I don't know if the vice president's going to come out tonight. Again, it doesn't feel like that kind of security is in the building, but we'll see. I think seeing his son and his daughter and how excited they were, it's like, this is real stuff. This is granular politics, and we don't see that a lot by the time he gets to presidential politics. So
I don't often do this, but I'm going to start by actually quoting Aaron, who is the commander of the armies of the East and runs our Pittsburgh office. He just texted me this, and it's so true that I want to read it to you guys. He said, imagine Barron Trump standing up crying and shouting, "That's my dad!"
I just wrote to Aaron Wysocki. I mean, I had the same thing on my page here. I said kids versus Trump's kids, right? I mean, there's that there's such a difference in what you saw here, and what you saw from Again, you don't know the relationship that they have, and it's only kids. But that was more than window dressing. That was, unbelievable emotion from his family. And this stuff isn't about what Walz is going to do. As I joked before, it's a silly office, the vice presidency. But what it does show is it gives you a glimpse of how Harris makes a decision and what this ticket will show in the next 75 to 77 days, whatever it is. And that's the most important role of this man now in the world of the Harris administration. So,
yeah. So one thing that he emphasized throughout was look out for your neighbors. Okay, we're a country that looks out for their neighbors. Yeah. It's not just folksy. It builds into their theme, which is, guys, we need to go back to being united as a country, and we need to look out for our neighbors, as Josh Shapiro said, whether they're conservative or liberal. In fact, they all hit that theme. Buttigieg hit the theme as well. Oprah hit the theme. And he says, he said near the end, nobody gets told you don't belong. Okay.
Right.
And he proved that in his life. Again, I come back to that video they had before the speech where they said that, when he was a football coach, they started an LGBTQ group in his high school. And in order to make sure that they were all right, he came in and said, I'll be your counselor.
Right. Because they needed somebody, and I'm sure everyone wasn't jumping to do it.
Right. And that makes him feel more at home because nobody gets left behind. And you get to life, he said, you get to live the life you want, right? Which goes to their other theme, which is freedom. They've come back to that over and over and over again, and I love that they're doing that.
Yeah,
God, these guys are playing it so right. It is stunning, right?
But it's also like going further to what you said about just now. It's this idea, the neighbor idea is important. There's a Mr. Rogers-y thing about him in the first place because he doesn't seem real. But there's also this idea, he said it when he was governor, he says it constantly now. Healthcare and housing is a human right? So that's talking about your neighbor. That's talking about everybody. He talked about how Social Security helped his family to pay the death benefit, helped his family to pay the debt that they had, the medical debt that they had from his father's lung cancer. So again, it's the theme of this campaign, which is talking about neighbors and talking about taking care of each other and talking about taking care of each other, regardless of political persuasion, which you have keyed on quite a bit as something you've liked and looked for. I always dismiss that because I think that everybody says that I'm going to be the president of all Americans, and then at the end we're divided. But I do love the message it sends. And I kind of start to agree with you about it because I think it's an important part of what this ticket's doing.
But also, as we've talked about throughout this entire coverage, it's how you say things and how you frame them, right? So, you could say not the blue states, the red states, and Obama had that great line, and almost all the politicians say exactly like what you're saying. But Josh Shapiro, for example, governor of Pennsylvania, that spoke earlier tonight, he said, now make sure that when you're talking to your neighbors and the ones that disagree, now I don't want you to, not have the conversations anymore. And I want you to tell them your perspective, but make sure you do it with respect.
Yeah.
And then we've been talking about that on the Young Turks now for quite some time, okay? So when we talk to the right wing, you know me, I'm as combative as it gets, right? Somebody wants to fight, somebody wants to say something wrong, somebody wants to attack, anyone that's I was going to say part of us, but everyone's part of us, right? Yeah. Then I'm going to fight back. But when we're reaching out to the right wing, try to understand their perspective. And that is not something that you hear that often in a political convention, right? Yeah. To say, I'm not just saying it generically. I'm saying I want you to go have that conversation, and I want you to be respectful to the right wing, okay? And so I love that message. And look at and speaking of framing and how you say something. So the Republicans have been claiming the word freedom for my whole life. And here, the very concerted effort by almost all the speakers to reclaim the word freedom. I've been asking the Democrats to do this for about 25 straight years, right?
We've talked about taking back the flag.
Take back the flag. That's why the Young Turks signed for decades, had the American flag in it, right? In the background in the studio. Take back freedom, take back all these words. The reason I named Justice Democrats, because that was claiming the word justice, right? And so how you frame things makes a giant difference. And Walz, we're in some incredible simpatico Vulcan mind meld here, okay? Because when he talked about freedom, he said, when Republicans say it, they mean freedom for corporations to abuse you or to maximize profit or to pollute the rivers, etc. When we say freedom, we mean freedom for you, right? And giving specific examples later in the speech saying, hey, we need the government to stay out of our bedrooms, right? And look at that, flipping the frame again. Now, all of a sudden, the Republicans are in favor of big government, right? It's so gigantic, it's between you and your doctor getting into your bedroom. This is stuff we talked about on the Young Turks for so long.
Yeah.
And that line about freedom, I've been saying it for decades, guys. When the Republicans say freedom, freedom for who? Freedom for who? And what they mean is deregulation. I literally wrote about this in my book, that Lewis Powell and his notorious memo in 1971 that had such an enormous impact on this country. It was for the Chamber of Commerce. He talked about how the Chamber of Commerce could basically take over the government. And it's the core of my book, Justice is Coming. And he said, let's use the word freedom to mean deregulation, okay? So what that means is deregulate industries. And what does deregulation mean? Take away laws and restrictions so that we don't have to do worker safety. We don't have to worry about polluting the river. We can just do it. Freedom for business and for corporations, not for the average American, oftentimes against the average American. Finally, there's a Democrat who's saying it, right? And saying it effectively.
Well, saying it nationally. He's been saying it in Minnesota for quite a while. He won by 11 points and then won by 8 points in 2022, which was a re-election year, but it was also, it was not. It was in the middle of a Democratic administration, and he won re-election in Minnesota by a lot. And they call it a purple state when your governor wins re-election by 8 points. It's not terribly purple. You're absolutely right, Cenk. So this is about the message of the ticket, right? This is about the message that Harris and Walz are sending together, but it's also about Harris and what this administration is going to prioritize. And as you said earlier, every word he said tonight was vetted by the people who are running this campaign. And those are Harris people. And so it's important to note that they're on the same page here. And Walz talked about turning the page. He talked about banned books. He talked about all of this. And it comes back to that same theme, I think, which is the theme of freedom or patriotism. I've been to several of these Democratic conventions. I don't think, I may be wrong, I've never seen USA signs at a Democratic convention, for whatever it's worth. It's not that they aren't full of patriots, but this campaign and these candidates have decided that this is the direction they're going, and it's working in that hall, and we'll see how it works in the country. I can't imagine the words of Tim Walz tonight didn't resonate with independent voters around the country, and maybe even some disaffected Republicans. I really believe that.
It's really hard not to root for it, right?
For Walz, yeah.
For Walz. And so, you might have some preconceived notions about Kamala Harris or the Democratic Party, but I've seen right-wingers react now many times. We showed it to you on the show, where they'll go, well, I mean, yeah, he's likable. It's hard not to like him, but and he looks like Santa, but maybe he's evil Santa.
Yeah, right. No, that's true.
And they're flailing, right?
Yeah.
One small thing, as we draw a conclusion here, is that he also mentioned the GI Bill and how it paid for his dad's education and his education. And when Bernie was pushing for free college at the state colleges for anyone, I always thought, talk about the GI Bill, talk about the GI Bill and how it gave people opportunity, right, that they didn't have. And talk about all the people who accomplished amazing things through the GI Bill, so that it gets into people's head, oh, this is not a giveaway. This is an investment in the American people. And the country made an investment in Tim Walz and his family through the GI Bill. And when they did, look at this.
And his dad.
And that investment paid off. And he became the governor of Minnesota, and then he paid it back or paid it forward by doing the free lunch for kids that need it, by doing paid family leave so you can take 12 weeks off, or actually in Minnesota, I think it might be 20, when you have a baby, right? This is what was so desperately needed. And if the national guys weren't going to do it, he was going to roll up his sleeves and do it anyway.
Take care of your neighbors. So he did it for his neighbors in Minnesota. And this ticket, presumably, it's not as easy to do these things nationally as we know. There's a Congress and there's a Senate representing bigger differences than what happens in the Minnesota legislature. But this shows you the priorities of the ticket. Hard to see objectively. I'm not being biased here. Objectively, hard to see how this doesn't hit home with a lot of people who watched it tonight. And I have to think there are more than just Democrats watching this.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I got one last point here, but as we go to that point, I appreciate everybody that allowed us to do this by giving it tyt.com/DNC. I would love to get to that goal before the convention is over. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate everyone who's a member. We're going to do an extra episode for members, so hit the join button below. But guys, with Tim Walz, the reason why there's so much energy, and it's palpable in the building and everywhere he goes, is, and especially for progressives who have become pretty jaded to the Democratic Party and to politics overall. And by the way, Wes Moore had a good line about that, Governor Moore from Maryland. He said, I get skepticism, but make it your companion, but not your captor, okay? And it feels like this place is a little bit released from the being captive of skepticism.
Right.
I'm even starting to get a little bit like, you know me, I'm super hopeful, super optimistic in the long run. But in the short run, I'm beginning to let go of my skepticism a little bit, which is both exciting and a little scary. So the exciting part is, since he actually proved it in Minnesota, it's not just rhetoric. And that's what makes Tim Walz so different. And that's why Kamala Harris picking him is such a big difference, because he can point to, I'm not just talking about paid family leave, I passed paid family leave.
Right. And to have him to bounce off of, that means it's a priority. One other thing is, again, like a lot of Democrats don't watch the Republican convention. A lot of Republicans don't watch this, but there's something about Tim Walz that is compelling to the point where people want to know more about him. He's an interesting guy. J.D. Vance taking nothing away from him, his policies or whatever, but taking he's just not that interesting on the surface. And so a lot of people weren't drawn to watch that as much. I think a lot of people that we don't expect to watch to see what Tim Walz was all about watched tonight. I think it matters in the campaign. I'm skeptical about how much it matters, obviously, in an administration. But I do think that it matters in the campaign, and it matters in talking about Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and lastly, and by the way, I agree with you. I think a lot of real Americans relate with him. I mean, the guy doesn't have any savings. Like, he was a teacher for so long.
Right. That's so true,
et cetera. And I think they wanted to meet him.
And we don't see people that are this, I said granular earlier, but this, real in politics very often. I mean, real people are in politics.
Salt of the earth.
Yeah, salt of the earth about the way he presents himself.
So that leads to the very last part about why I'm scared. Because now they've actually set up expectations. If they deliver here in terms of winning, they have got to deliver on a significant portion of their agenda. If after all of this hope, they go back to only delivering 5%, it is going to be a heartbreak we cannot recover from. So it will just lead to a different direction, right? But right now, I have to confess, I believe they might do it. That they might actually pass a significant percentage of their agenda. I'm not guaranteeing it. I'm just, for the first time, beginning to believe maybe, just maybe, it's a different day and a different Democratic Party that's actually going to do the right thing. Because in this campaign, so far in this last month, they've shown over and over again that they know how to do the right thing.
Right, well, that's true. They also have to, in order to do that, win one other House of Congress. to make it a little easier to do those things. Proposing them, having them go down in flames in Congress, it's still not, here we're talking about bipartisan and reaching out to Republicans. The work begins on the 21st of January for whoever works. And if they don't have a House of Congress, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, sure, definitely. Give them the House, give them the Senate so that their job is easier. But a guy who took a team that was 0-27, presumably over a couple of stretch of years, and turned them into state champions, even if he doesn't have the votes in the beginning, I have a sense he might figure it out.
Yeah.
And obviously working with Kamala Harris and all the other Democrats in the Senate. All right, guys. So we're going to go to the bonus episode. Before we do, I'm going to actually do one last shout out and thank yous to the people that made this possible. So these are the folks who just donated, including, by the way, Something Dragons. Thank you for your generosity. I know that just happened. You're amazing. Jack Fry's Lucky Dwarf, Juge 124, Jai Rover, Hold On to Your Butts, Apparatus.com, Smoky Cat, Miyagawa, Toseki. Actually, hold on to your butts twice. So I'm holding on to both cheeks. And Apparatus.com also did it twice. Appreciate you so much. And new members on YouTube are Kevin Rig, Cruz N04ED, Sade R, Paul B, Hannah Brandenberger, and Lee and Julie Stanley. Thank you for gifting memberships on YouTube. And all of you new members and all the people who just hit the join button, come over to the bonus episode. We're going to do a summary of the whole day real quick. But we also want to give you some of the interviews that Michael did, including with Andy Beshear, governor of Kentucky, earlier today. So all the members, you get more content. We'll see you there.